Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good evening and afternoon. This is the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 6th at 4:30. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch,
Here.
Councilmember Beal,
Here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. We have closed session items before us. Looks like there's two. I'll let Elizabeth Hull explain what we have going on. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going into closed session on two items, as you mentioned. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. And the property in question is a portion of Pioneer Park located at 2010 Riverside Avenue. The agency negotiators are Mr. Hewitt, the interim city manager, and Ms. Fortin, our community services director. And on the other side will be the Paso Robles Pioneer Museum Foundation. The other item is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The name of the case is the Tribune versus City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch. And those are the only two items.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth. Open it up to public comment on this item. Closed session matter. Anybody in the public? No. Do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn then to closed session. Good evening, everyone, for the Paso City Council meeting tonight for Tuesday, May 6th. And if we would reconvene from closed session at a little after 6, please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Gregory, and then the invocation for tonight, too.
Follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Brandon Hall, and I get the joy and privilege of praying for us this evening. Will you join me as we pray? Almighty God, you are powerful and sovereign, ruler of all creation. All authority belongs to you, and you've entrusted it to your Son, Jesus Christ, to whom we receive salvation through his name and his blood on the cross and his life that he walked out of the grave. Lord, we know that we come to you not worthy, but pleading for mercy. We confess our sins personally and of our state and our land. We've called evil good and good evil. We've placed men's wisdom above yours. Yet you, O Lord, are rich in mercy, full of compassion, and your love is ready, and you're mighty to save. We ask, Lord, for your wisdom, your blessing, and your godly fear to be over these leaders, these men and women here that you've appointed to this city. We pray that you would give them your peace, your patience, your kindness, your love, and Lord, that they would not rule for the applause of men, but in the fear of the Lord, leading with justice, all humility, with a view toward eternity. Remind them and us that we will all stand before you, the righteous judge of all the earth. And now, O God, we pray with urgency for you to act on our behalf, saving the lost, awaking the sleeping, revive the cold-hearted. Lord, we pray for the churches to wake up and love their neighbor as you've commanded us, that we would support the demands that are before us, the needs of our neighbor. And Lord, for the wise leaders who make decisions, that we would support them and pray for them. We pray for this city and the nation, that Lord Christ would be lifted high. Let men and women and children look to the cross and live. Oh God, we pray for you to break hardened hearts, call prodigals home, bring pastors, politicians, and people to kneel at the foot of the cross as we repent. We believe in you and your love for us, that we would love others with that same love, and receive the free gift of eternal life through the finished work of Christ. We thank you for your patience, for the promise that whoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved, and for the blessed assurance we have in Christ alone. It's in your glorious name, our King and our Lord, that we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Brian. We'll continue with roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal? Here. Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Present.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. And we'll begin also then with staff introductions on my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Leslie Frazier, City. Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer. Pasha,
Brian Cornell, Integrated Services Director. Wayne Brown, Services Superintendent. David North, Police Chief. Don Scoletta, Fire Chief. Randy Harris.
Chris Hewitt, Interim City Manager.
And Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
Thank you. We'll move on then from report of closed session. Elizabeth Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council went into closed session on two items. The first was conference with legal counsel regarding real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding a portion of Pioneer Park located at 2010 Riverside Avenue. And there was no reportable action on that item. The second one was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. The name of the case is the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch, and there was no reportable action.
Okay, very good. Moving on then to item L, presentations. We have 5 tonight, and we'll start off with the Older Americans Month proclamation, and we have Dale Guston. Will you come on? Do you fit this bill, or do we all fit this bill?
I'll explain that.
All right. Let's get this going here. Okay, proclamation, Older Americans Month, May 2025. Whereas the city of Paso Robles includes a growing number of older Americans, which we all include ourselves, I think, nowadays, contribute their time, wisdom, and experience to our community. And whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently. And whereas the city of Paso Robles recognizes the need to create a community that offers the services and support to older adults that may need to make choices about their age. And whereas the city of Paso Robles can work to build an even better community for our older residents by not only limiting thinking about aging, exploring combating stereotypes, emphasizing the many positive aspects of aging, inspiring older adults to push past traditional boundaries, and embracing our community's diversity. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of vested me as mayor, speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Older Americans Month and urge every resident to celebrate our older citizens, to help to create an inclusive society and accept the challenge of flexible thinking around aging. Dale, would you like to say something?
You bet. Not just because I'm probably the oldest one here, but because I have a long history with the seniors in this city. A long time ago, we had a facility down where the police and fire station is now. And so when they decided to build that, they moved us temporarily to the Centennial Park. Well, that went on for a long time. And they built the Vets Hall down on Scott Road. And we said, so they approached us about having a facility there. And they told us the size they wanted to give us, and we said, no, we want more than that. And we gave them the dimensions of the building we wanted. And we said, how much is that going to cost? Oh, an additional $200,000. Guess what? The seniors in this city had an endowment fund, and it covered that. And so now we have a senior center on Scott Road. If you haven't been there, please go if you're over 50 and take advantage of all the amenities they have there. It's very active, and they have senior lunches there. They have all kinds of card games and things going on all the time. They have yoga, and you name it. They have anything for elder people like myself. So please come on out and enjoy it. Thank you.
All right. Next, if we can get Bike Month, we have Rideshare Representative Annie Bowski. Annie? There you go. Thank you very much. Proclamation, Bike Month, May 2025. Whereas throughout the month of May, Paso Robles will celebrate biking, and the power of more people riding bikes has been making life better for everyone. And whereas bicycling has been shown to improve health, well-being, and quality of life, and reduce pollution, congestion, and parking cost, not in our city anymore, on our streets and roads. Whereas Bike San Luis Obispo County and San Luis Obispo County Rideshare and the City of Paso Robles Police and Community Development, Community Services Development are promoting bicycling as a means of transportation and recreation, bicycle operation, and bicycle safety in an effort to improve health and safety for everyone on the road during the month of May 2025. And whereas May 12th through 18th, 2025 is Bike to Work Week, and May 16th, 2025 is Bike to Work Day. And whereas the city is hosting a Bike to Work Day booth on May 13th from 9:30 to noon at the North County Farmers Market located in front of our library here on the 11th Street. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Bike Month in the city of Paso Robles and urge every resident to join in this special observance. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, just a little follow-up to that, which was wonderful information. Thank you so much. And just repeating that, of course, May is Bike Month. There are over 50 events throughout the county. And as Mayor Hammond said, Tuesday, May 13th in the city of Paso, there'll be a Bike to the Paso Robles Farmers Market where you can meet some city staff and learn some more about some bike and pedestrian projects that are going on in the city. And also, there's an opportunity to get some free swag if you ride your bike. So please get there early. And for updates on all 50-plus events within the county, please visit rideshare.org.
Very good. Thank you for coming tonight. Next, if we can have Alyssa Robner, Foster Care of the Month. Proclamation, National Foster Care Month, May 2025. Whereas the City of Paso Robles recognizes the importance of providing children safe, healthy, and loving homes when they are unable to remain in the home of their biological family. And whereas there are more than 420,000 children in the United States in foster care system, including 28,000 in California. And whereas there are over 200 youth and teenagers in San Luis Obispo County who are in the foster care system, and whereas the Department of Social Service continues to actively recruit more resource families to ensure children have nurturing homes in which they can heal, grow, and thrive. And whereas the National Foster Care Month recognizes the critical role of resource families in providing nurturing, stable homes and highlighting the ongoing need for more families to support local children. And whereas this month's long effort, along with a similar celebration, is all 50 states and the District of Columbia celebrating the resource families and encouraging more individuals to positively impact a child's life through foster care. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of me vested as mayor and speaking on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as National Foster Care Month and encourage all residents to join in raising awareness and supporting foster care in our community wherever they can. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Alyssa Rabner, and I'm a social worker from San Luis Obispo County Child Welfare Services. I'd like to begin by thanking the Paso Robles City Council for presenting the Department of Social Services with this proclamation. During the month of May, we're incredibly proud to honor all of our county's resource and adoptive families, as well as all the county staff and community partners that support these families. Foster care is a critical safety net for any community. When a child's home environment is deemed unsafe, they may be placed with a resource family, which could be a relative, a non-related extended family member, or a certified community-based home. These families provide a safe, caring, and stable environment while the child's biological family works towards reunification. Resource families are an essential component of our ability to care for youth in foster care. Unfortunately, like many counties across the state, we're experiencing a severe shortage of resource families. This means fewer opportunities to match children with families that best meet their specific needs, which can lead to placement disruptions and compounding existing trauma. Last May, the department launched the 75-25 initiative with the goal of developing 75 new community-based resource family homes by the end of 2025. This includes 25 homes for teens, 25 homes for school-aged children, 15 homes for children ages 0 to 5, 77 emergency foster care homes, and 3 shelter homes. Currently, we've secured 35% of our overall goal, but need this community's support to reach our goal by year's end. If successful, this initiative will transform our ability to provide better placement matches for youth in care, support existing resource families, and strengthen our overall foster care system. We're calling on the entire county of San Luis Obispo community to rally behind this effort. We encourage interested individuals to attend one of our bi-monthly virtual informational meetings to learn more about how they can help by calling 805-781-1705 or visiting our website, slowfostercare.com. Lastly, we would like to ask for the support of this City Council to help spread awareness regarding our initiative by sharing digital content and word of mouth. Together, we can reach our goal and provide essential care and stability for our county's most vulnerable children. Thank you again for recognizing May as National Foster Care Month in San Luis Obispo County.
Thank you for your service. Next, we'll get Stacy Jacob. Come on up. And Stacy, do we also want to give recognition to Margaret and everyone else right now? Or
If we can, yeah, definitely, and then we'll take it on Thursday.
okay. Okay. Give me this right here. Again.
Thank you.
This is a proclamation, National Travel and Tourism Week in California. Whereas travel is economic powerhouse for every state and destination across the country, with an economic input of $2.9 trillion in 2024, supporting 15 million American jobs. Whereas the tourism industry remains the foundation of force driving California forward, a muscular pillar of the world's 5th largest economy, supporting 1.2 million jobs in 2024. Whereas 1/5 of all jobs in Paso Robles supported by tourism, tourism-related spending generates employment opportunities across many sectors, supporting workers at a range of skill levels of the 3,424 hospitality-supported jobs throughout this city. Over 156 million is generated in wages in our community alone. And whereas spending by travelers benefiting the local economy, generating $450 million in direct spending by tourism and $20.9 million in tax revenue, visitors collected taxes account for 37% of our general fund and directly impact our community services. And whereas the City of Paso Robles wine region welcomes 2.5 million visitors annually, many of whom come to the experience of the area renowned wine country, contributing significantly to the growth of hotels, restaurants, and many small businesses. Whereas Travel Paso's vision is a flourishing Paso Robles community with the authentic and welcoming experiences from visitors and residents alike. Whereas at the inaugural Hospitality and Tourism Awards on this coming May 8th, 2025, over here at the Paso Robles Inn, the tourism community will recognize the region's extraordinary individuals who hospitality and leadership have impacted the Paso Robles as a tourism destination. And whereas 4 distinguished leaders will be honored for their leadership, teamwork, exemplary service, and dedication: Chris Cherry, Ken and Bobby Hunter, and Margaret Johnson. And therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as California's Tourism and May 4th through 10th, 2025 as National Travel and Tourism Week in Paso Robles, and recognize the individuals honored for contributing their many talents to the city of Paso Robles. So, what can we make, Stacey?
Thank you. My name is Stacy Jacob. I have the honor as the president and CEO of Travel Paso. My colleague Tracy Dotterman. We get to steward the Paso Robles brand experience and really help promote this as a destination. I'm not going to go through all those numbers again because they are very impressive, but we like to really sum it up as to why tourism matters. It matters because it provides 1 out of every 5 jobs here in the Paso Robles area. It matters because it contributes to our general fund, and it matters because it is a growing sector, one of our largest economic engines now here in Paso Robles, thanks to the success of the Paso Robles wine industry. On Thursday, we will gather as an industry, and we will commemorate, celebrate, and educate ourselves on various components, including celebrating our honorees, which will be a great day. So this has been our second year of gathering to really come together as an industry. And when we look towards the future, the growth of tourism looks very bright in Paso Robles. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. And here's the... Okay. Next, we have capital projects report. Edith Esperanza, our capital project engineer.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. Here's our monthly status report of all the public works capital improvement projects under construction. So we'll start with our Creston Road project. These pictures are, this is actually in front of Wayside Liquor. Wayside Liquor hasn't had an improved frontage for a very long time. And I'm pleased to show these pictures that we finally completed their curb and gutter and drive approaches that was made of concrete. They were about the last properties that we completed all the curbs and gutters for the Creston Road project. And so in a few weeks, we will do the paving. We hope to get that done once school is out of session and get that completed. And then we will stripe the road in accordance to these cross sections that was adopted by the City Council. Believe it or not, it was on February 2018 that the City Council adopted the vision for Creston Road. And I know that seems like a long time ago. Just a reminder that we adopted it and we had no way of knowing how we're going to get it funded for construction. It was only through efforts of staff and City Council and pushing ahead and trying to get funds to get them the construction funds in place. And because of that, we were able to begin construction. So it took a while, but we're here. And one of the features of the project is to install a new traffic signal at Bolin and Walnut. And you should start seeing the installation of the signal poles towards the end of the month. And then once we pave it, we'll stripe it, and then we'll have the signal in operation. In the meantime, we're gearing up for the next phase of the project, which is phase 2 from Rolling Hills to Niblick. The exciting feature of phase 2, the phase 1 was a signal. For phase 2, we have a roundabout at Rolling Hills. Again, we did not have any funds for construction. That's why we split it up. We only have enough project to do phase 1. But in the meantime, while we're in construction and completing the design of phase 1 and almost finished with phase 2, miracles of miracles, we got another notification that we got a grant, and so we're able to continue with phase 2. So we're about at 95% on these plans, and we're poised to go out to bid later this fall and be in construction come springtime 2026. The other project that is just completed is what we are referring to as the East-West 24th Street Bridge Pedestrian Improvements. This picture are the curb ramps and sidewalk improvements at 24th and Park. That has been completed and is ready for the Mid-State Fair come June or July for the numerous pedestrians that will be accessing the fair from this side of Riverside across the bridge. That also includes improvements along Riverside. We completed the frontage of Riverside that lacked sidewalk. That's all completed. And also, we're now completed installing the traffic loops. There will actually be a dedicated pedestrian button at the corner there at southeast corner that people can push and they can cross Riverside safely, because now there's a dedicated walk, don't walk signal for them. Again, this will be ready for the Mid-State Fair come June. The only thing that we need to finish, you can see there's a ribbon across there. We're waiting for the hand railing to get fabricated. We will install that in a couple of weeks, and then we will surely be ready for the Mid-State Fair. The other project that's in construction are the improvements at Sherwood Park, which consist of the parking lot on the right side, some barbecue grills, picnic benches, and as well as some pickleball courts. So on the pickleball court, you can see the light pole base for the court are installed, and then on the upper corner, upper picture is the excavation for the detention basin for the project. You can start seeing the courts here in this picture. The upper picture is what we're calling the upper court, and then the lower picture is what we're calling the lower court. And it's going to be exciting in the next few weeks. It doesn't show it here, but in the next few weeks, we're actually going to start constructing the band across, that designates the courts. And so it will start really looking like a pickleball court in a few weeks. These are pictures of the gas main replacement and repairs going on in the Sierra Bonita tract. If you recall, we were ready to resurface the streets at Sierra Bonita, and then we found out that we had to stop because the gas main needed to do some remediation of their gas mains. And you can see at these pictures that if we had resurfaced the road and then they came back, it would have ruined our street. And so this way we waited, and they're ready to finish this late summer, and then we'll be ready to go out to bid and actually repair the roads in the Sierra Bonita neighborhood come springtime. The 3 streets are being completed on the Mary Hill, 15th Street, and Terrace Hill. This is final paving going on at 15th Street. This one is at Mary Hill. And these are in progress pictures, but actually as of last Friday, the project is complete. The only thing left is later this week, the contractor's going to come back and do the cleanup, do some striping, raise the utility valves, and then that project will be done. The other project that's almost done is more road repairs for the Serenade Brahma neighborhood, which is what we're referring to, but it actually consists of all these roads shown on this exhibit. All the dig-out repairs have been completed. This is just some photos of some areas. There were some localized areas that had failed base, and so we had to dig it out, make them strong. And then this week and next week, we will be applying the slurry seal on all those streets. Then we stripe, raise utilities, and then that project will be completed. So what are we going to do after all this is completed? We have more projects to do. Flamson pedestrian enhancements, you awarded that project at their last meeting. This is funded with SLOCOG grant, San Luis Obispo Council of Government grants, and it'll be new striping, new RRFB, rapid pedestrian flashing for pedestrians. And so this should be ready to go into construction once again when school is out for the summer. We're also doing some improvements at the intersection of Spring Street and 24th just to refresh all the crosswalks and striping. And then at the last meeting, you also approved the contract to proceed with the rehab of the downtown parking lots at by Marv's Pizza, which is on 12th Street, shown on the left there, and then the 12th and Railroad parking lot. We're going through the contract document approval with our city attorney, and that should be ready to go for construction in the next few weeks. We also have some annual pavement striping that you awarded at the last meeting. Again, we're going through the contract document phase with our city attorney, and that should also begin in a few weeks. And then also we have a project going on at the municipal airport. We have some ramp pavement that we need to do. It's a very small project, and it should be done by the end of the month into early April. And then finally, we also have a project going on at the Union Road Fire Station. We're installing the concrete slab and grading, and it's once that's done, we're out to bid for the purchase of some equipment that will be installed on site, and it's like a prop that we're going to mimic a building that the firefighters or the emergency services staff can use to do their training for fire. That concludes my staff report. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Frida, who has other things she wants to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Dees. Any questions from Dees directly? Okay, well done. A lot of work. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Frida?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. There has been a lot of interest by the community and the council to bring deserved attention to the Niblick Bridge, which is actually officially Veterans Memorial Bridge. So staff has taken that and come up with a proposal to mark the bridge as the Veterans Memorial Bridge. I will say before I show you the images, these are rough sketches at this point. It is using the pilasters on the east and west ends of the bridge. And to use our city manager's vernacular, it is Paso-esque, meaning that it fits in with the city monuments that we already have and will not conflict with the Niblick project that's coming up. So you can see that both pilasters, existing pilasters, one on the left when you're going west, on the right when you're going east, will have bronze 5-inch tall letters saying Veterans Memorial Bridge, and then a very large city seal similar to what's on the monument signs at all the city monument signs. There is funding for this project, existing funding for this project, and we are simply asking for your concurrence so that we can move ahead. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Frida? No? So is this something that we're going to be hearing individually, or is this something you would like to see direction from right now?
I'm asking for direction so that we can go ahead and get the order started. There is going to be a little bit of figuring out in terms of attachment of this very heavy bronze city seal. This is a brick veneer over block, so we have to do that. But other than that, we're ready to proceed.
So we're not actually looking for a vote or anything specific, just some general consensus that this is not something you would object to because you've already funded it. The concept and everything has been approved. She's just showing you what's coming. And if there's opposition, then we should know before she places the order.
Chris, yeah.
What kind of lighting do we have for night?
If you can see in this photos, Councilman Bausch, the kind of semicircular white light above the on the pilaster will light the Veterans Memorial Bridge, but we're going to work to see if we can add some lighting to focus on this.
I'm not sure that reaches down to the base.
Yeah,
but
we need to check it out.
Electricity is there, so we can always change the lighting.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I was saying the same thing. Maybe we could do a standoff and then go back down, kind of highlighting the wall.
Yes, I'm wondering, have you figured out how you're going to anchor that into that brick without any major damage to the brick?
That is the final step. We're going to be using most probably an epoxy process with, to epoxy it in. We're going to have a mason do it so that we, don't damage the existing pilasters.
They go deep enough, they can get into the block behind that too.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Okay, I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to open this up to public comment
Sure.
too, just to get anyone who would like to say anything about this particular item. Dale?
Dale Augustin, Paso Robles. I'm glad to see this. I was just a reservist, but I am a veteran. But I also have another request. For years, I've been requesting that our monument signs at the entrance to the city, instead of just saying City of El Paso de Robles, that it say, welcome to, be added to those, please.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Bring it back to council again. We don't need to take a vote, but in general, it looks like everybody's looking
Really like
it. I think anything we can do to honor our veterans, I think this is impressive, and I appreciate the effort. Actually, I'm speaking at Warbur's tomorrow about a veteran, so that'd be great. Okay.
Thank you. Also, thanks for getting that done so quickly. That wasn't very long ago that this came up, so well done.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's start off again. Next, we have Paso Robles Fire and Emergency Services Annual Report. Jonathan Stornetta, Chief, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. I'm here tonight to present a condensed version of our annual report. For the public's viewing, we posted this on our website this afternoon. So if you go to Paso Robles Fire Department and you go to the home page, scroll down just a little bit, there'll be a link that you can download the full report for viewing. So for those in the community that don't know, there's essentially 3 stations that we respond out of. Fire Station 1, which is right downtown, we share with the police department. It's our public safety center. Fire Station 2 is out behind Food for Less or next to the Vanilla Factory. Fire Station 3 was newly constructed in December 2023. It's been open for just over a year now. And then we have our airport station, which houses a crash fire rescue, but it's also home to our community risk reduction division. We have 3 staff members out there because we simply ran out of room everywhere else. So it seems to be working out quite well at this time. So our department has seen a 4% increase in responses since last year. The majority of that is for medical responses and then service assist. And really that's helping people up who have fallen that are not injured and have no other avenue for someone to come assist them. The biggest impacts we're seeing for our responses of why they're increasing is the lack of primary care services. So when I reported last year, the county was short just about 100 primary care physicians. And at this point this year, it's over 140. So to give you an example, the average primary care physician has between 1,600 to 2,600 patients. Here in San Luis Obispo County, it's over 3,500 patients per one physician. And the average wait time is 3 to 6 months. And I don't need to explain that to any of you that have tried getting an appointment with your physician. So what's happening in that period between 3 to 6 months is either the patient's conditions have become worse that require 911 services, or they've gotten to the point that they can't get into their primary care physician and we've become their primary care services. So we have seen an increase with the implications of a shortage of that. We do have an aging community. We're voted top 10 places to retire. We have a lot of 55 and older communities. We're building more, and there's a lot of residential care units in our community. There's a lack of behavioral health services, so even on those people that we go on that have behavioral health problems, there's no services help improve, so they're repeat. We go back over and over. And then obviously our homelessness continues to increase in our community. 70% of our responses are EMS, and then we have 10% responses are for those lift assist. And at the end of this presentation, we do have a solution to help out with those lift assists, so we're not sending a fire engine with 3 people to every one of them. 12% of our responses are to residential care facilities. So we have 2 large facilities in town. We have 35 residential facilities, as well as we had a couple more residential 55 and over facilities that just recently opened. 179 occupation of 79, and occupancy of 79, and the other one's over 100. So you can see the increases year after year for assisted living facilities. This is our simultaneous calls. So this is when a time when at least 2 calls come in at the same time. And really that impacts us because it delays our response time. So for an example, if the downtown station is out responding on a call and then there's a second or concurrent call that happens at the same time, we're pulling from a fire station on the east side to come down here. So that delays our response times. It also impacts, we don't have an effective response force. So it reduces our service quality in that if we have 2 engines on a medical aids and a fire breaks out or there's a vehicle accident or there's a CPR, there's not enough people at scene to do an effective response or rescue or mitigate the fire or extricate the person in a vehicle. And then response districts, we've actually had to, we thought Fire Station 3 would have a bigger impact on response times, but Fire Station 1 is receiving so many calls, the demands increase so much, we actually increased the response districts for Fire Station 3 and Fire Station 2 to come into Fire Station 1 to actually allow Fire Station 1 to better respond to their calls. And this next one shows that example. So just last year, there's 530 times, so at least once a day, that our Fire Station 1 is out on a call and we're pulling another fire station into this area. And this is with the response boundaries adjusted, so they're taking up more Fire Station 1's district. And then when we talk about no resources available, that's 3 calls at once and over 225 times last year. We relied on mutual aid to come in and support our 911 calls. 90 percentile, so our response times, we did have a slight improvement initially with Fire Station 3 opening, as you can see there, but as we've had to increase the response districts, the size of them, and those increased geographical travel distances, obviously it's having an impact on those response times.
Is our goal still 4 minutes?
It is, yes, sir, 4 minutes or less. So as we moved into wildfire preparedness, so as wildfire season grows longer and more intense, the importance of preparedness cannot be overstated. We cannot control when or where wildfires ignite, but we can control how ready we are to face them. So as we look at we have a robust weed abatement program. We inspect over 12,000 parcels annually, and I'm happy to report that our Community Risk Reduction Division, along with our CERT volunteers, started doing all those inspections yesterday early morning, and they just completed this evening. And the majority of our community members have been very proactive in mitigating that. There are some out there, I see you smiling, Mr. Hammond, that probably haven't, and we are issuing those letters now. And just to give you an idea of how much work that takes, is one of the many vehicles that conducted these inspections traveled 159 miles in the last 2 days. So we have several vehicles out there doing that. And then it goes on to talking about defensible space, how much we spend to have the goats in the riverbed. That is paid by Fire Safe Council, all in grant funding. So we are being very proactive in our wildfire preparedness. Our Community Risk Reduction Division. So they not only support community risk, but also public education, hazardous fuel mitigation, and they're vital protecting our community. While emergency response is critical, prevention reduces injuries, saves lives, and limits property loss. So as you can see up here, by reducing the property loss, we have all of our fire inspections we do annually. We do community CPR. We put AED safe stations throughout the community. We have Pulse Point now, so it notifies people in the area. And you can see just over 28,000 public contacts last year. So that's from community events to education in the schools. This is a picture of the east side. If you haven't driven out there lately, development is moving fast. And as our community grows, so does the demand for emergency medical and fire services. Development results in increased call volume and places additional pressures on our existing resources. Fortunately, our strategic plan provides a clear roadmap for addressing these growing demands. So this is just one picture of, you're well aware of all the development out there. It's Buena Vista. Seems like wherever you go, you're seeing walls going up. As part of our strategic plan, the City Council supported the fire department's 10-year staffing plan back in 2020, and that aimed to keep pace with development, including approval of a paramedic squad as the next staffing milestone. Funding is allocated in the current 2-year budget. Recruitment is already underway, and we anticipate the academy scheduled to start on September 2nd, with, we hope, implementation sometime in mid-October. And the reason it's so far out is we're going into fire season. We've tried this before, having an academy during fire season. It did not work, and with the fair, so we have to prolong it so we can get through that. Innovation is vital to the ongoing success of our fire department, and the dedicated men and women you see here are continuously developing new strategies to meet evolving challenges. You know, we're still the only fire department in the state of California that has an LSA and a riparian corridor. We're building a regional training facility for both public safety departments and hopefully being able to train our local people and hire locally, as well as a partnership with Cuesta College. We're looking at different ways to improve ambulance services through a countywide collaborative effort, and we're looking at regionalization. What can we do to decrease the duplication of efforts and increase our efficiencies by working with other fire departments? There has to be a way that we can save that way. And then obviously there's some other things, the fire hazard severity zones. If you looked at, and you'll see Fire Marshal Patty reporting next council meeting, but we were the only city that didn't have the very high in its city. And that's thanks to the proactive support from all of you, as well as over 200 community letters to the state fire marshal. That was the most he received, was from the city of Paso Robles. Right. So thank you, everyone. The fire department is committed to ensuring its goals align with those of the city council. To confirm this alignment, we actively track our progress and measure how our objectives support and reflect the priorities set by each of you. So there's a lot here, but you all got a copy of the annual report. You can look at it a little more later. I won't take up your time now. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good, Chief. Thank you. Questions of Stornetta here? Yeah. Go ahead.
Chief Stornetta, just a quick question. So how's our funding looking for the riparian work this summer?
We are good with Fire Safe Council funding all of our work down there.
So we have another contractor coming in to clear it?
The goats are down there already. And then we have scheduled, I have my expert for the riverbed, but I won't bother you with that. We do have the goats out there, and then the hand crew work will start shortly afterwards, and then we'll be evaluating up Fern Canyon, as well as some of the drainages on both sides.
Very good. Thank you.
Jonathan, I have a question about assisted living. I know at one time we asked them to maybe consider putting on a registered nurse or some sort of staff that kind of keeps us from having to make so many calls to those facilities. Does that gain any traction at all?
Well, we're faced with, there's not a legal requirement for them to do that.
Right.
So we do have a conditional use permit with some of these facilities that they do pay for our response after they hit a certain threshold.
Certain level. Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Chris.
I almost missed my turn. Thank you for the presentation. I think one of the things I really appreciate is that you are looking at the big picture, right? How these different pieces are connecting to each other in terms of the number of primary care physicians we have and sort of how that relates to our, emergency response. So, and we'll be talking about more about housing there. So I think it really is important as a city to be talking about the different pieces and understanding how they connect. That said, so can you explain to me what the idea is around the paramedic squad, sort of how that's staffed and what equipment? And
yeah, absolutely. So it'd be staffed with 2 people. Typically, we staffed it last time with an engineer and an engineer and a firefighter paramedic. And our equipment costs have doubled in the last 10 years. So we used to pay $500,000 for a fire engine. Now it's $1.2 million. So we're going to reduce the impacts to the wear and tear on those fire engines. It's more of a quick response, so they can get out there a lot faster than the engine and save the engine for actually some fires if a fire occurs, as well as some of these lift assists. Instead of taking 3 people on a fire engine, again, we can keep them in quarters. But it's just a more versatile and cost savings way of providing service.
And you would have one of these at each station?
We would just have one at the downtown station because it's the most impacted, and also it would be able to leave the other stations in their response districts instead of having them down here all the time.
Right. I live downtown, and I when I hear a siren, I always go on to Pulse Point. And I was listening the morning where there were like 6 simultaneous calls. There were a couple of traffic accidents and a fire, and then all the medical that went around it. And it was just top notch how all that got navigated. But it was very eye-opening to me, you know, how you're balancing, you know, resources with needs. So thank you for everything you do.
You're welcome.
One more question. I just came back to me. Airport station and the
Yes, sir.
administrative staff that are out there, in case we have an aircraft emergency, are they able to respond in that, or is it the CDF that has our equipment out there now?
So during the summer, usually when the air attack base is up, their people are trained for that. We are currently working on contract negotiations with them because in the past they have done it, and there's been some debate if they can continue to do that. If they're in there, our admin staff, we do have Fire Marshal Patty and Captain Porter, who are both safety members and would be able to respond.
Could respond.
Yes, if they're there.
Very good. All right.
Mayor Hammond.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I have a member of the public online.
I was going to open it up to public here in a second, but let's go ahead, and if you want, let's just get the online done real quick.
Okay, it's Jan Albin.
Yes. Jan, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, thank you. I can. Thank you, Council. And Chief Stornetta, a question, looking at all your statistics, and I apologize if I missed it, but do you have statistics regarding the emergency responses that you've made within a period of time in the homeless situation? Are there numbers or are there statistics that say you've done this many calls for the homeless down in the riverbed or anywhere else in the city? Do you keep those kinds of records?
Jan, it's almost like I knew you were going to call. There it is. It was my last slide after that, in case you called and asked. I didn't anticipate you calling, but in case anyone in the public did ask. Yes, here are our metrics for response to the unhoused. As you can see, 305 calls
all right.
for this year, and then we've broken that out to how many were to ECHO.
Okay, and does that compare? Well, of course it compares, but are we better, worse, or running right about the same when it comes to, say, 2023?
I'll have to pull those, and I'm happy I can report those back to you.
Okay, that will be fine. And sorry, I lived up to your expectation. I'll try to do better next time. Thank you, Jonathan.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jan.
Anyone else online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll open up to public. Anyone in the room, please come forward. Welcome.
I am Lindy Althouse from Althouse and Mead, and I want to thank our Fire Chief Stornetta and Battalion Chief Enns for the example they have set for this community and for the city of San Luis Obispo and others. They are watching, they are interested, they are hungry, and we are starting to use the template that they helped us establish to help them in their riparian zones and in their wildland-urban interface. So thank you again very much.
Thank you.
I'll just add, we could not do it without her help also.
All right, well done. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close. And Jonathan, well done to your staff. I mean, emergency services, top shelf. Thank you. Okay, moving on to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within our purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card. You'll be limited to 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on any items scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to speak at the time the item is being considered. So anyone on public comment? Anyone online?
No, sir.
Very good. Moving on, we have agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Huat?
Mayor, we have no items for deferral this evening.
Okay. And the overall items on consent counter, looks like, I can't remember how many we had here tonight. A few. 1 through 8. Chris?
Yes, sir. Mayor, thank you. Yes, we have 8 items on the consent calendar this evening. The first is the approval of your city council meeting minutes from April 15th of this year. The second item is a receipt of advisory body minutes from the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting on March 10th. The next item is the receipt of the warrant register. There were 3 check runs since your last meeting totaling $4.6 million. There are several items that exceed $100,000, so bear with me as I work my way down that list. The first is a payment to Badger Meter. This is for the installation of AMI, or automatic metering infrastructure, for new construction in the amount of $151,032. Next item is a payment to Professional Meters, Inc., and this is related to the larger citywide automatic metering retrofit project. Again, out of the water fund, a payment of $177,874.67. The next item is a payment to Best and Krieger for January 25 attorney's fees. That comes from a variety of different funding sources, including developer reimbursements in the amount of $160,758.11. The next item is a payment to Hartzell General Engineering Contractor. This is related to the Sherwood Road water main upgrade project out of the water fund in the amount of $315,125.92. The next item is a payment to Best and Krieger for the February 25 attorney's fees in the amount of $136,660.85. Next item is a payment to Granite Construction Company. This is related to one of the projects that Ms. Esperanza was talking about, the construction of Creston Rose Phase 1. Paid out of various different funds in the amount of $1,014,255.47. Next item, payment to J.J. Fisher Construction. This is for the construction of the pickleball court complex in the amount of $203,237.77. Next payment is to V. Lopez Jr. and Sons General Engineering. This is related to those east-west pedestrian improvements at 24th Street that Ms. Esperanza mentioned in the amount of $166,749.45. And then finally this evening, a payment to Hartzell General Engineering Contractor, again for the Sherwood Road water main upgrade out of the water fund in the amount of $534,376.90. Moving on, item number 4 on your consent calendar is the approval of the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee Advisory Body Bylaws and appointment of grandfathered committee members. This item is intended to formalize what was an ad hoc committee given its stature and tenure, formalize it into the formal advisory body format, provide it bylaws, and then create that appointment process. Item number 5 is related to item 4, since we have planning commissioners that are serving on the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee. A review of the Planning Commission bylaws noted a change that needed to be made to allow that to happen. So item 5 is your consideration of amendments to the Planning Commission bylaws to facilitate the planning commissioners being able to sit on the HCOC committee. Item number 6 is the approval and update of the city's list of approved arborists. Item number 7 is the initiation of the annual levy of the Landscape and Lighting District number 1 and Drainage Maintenance District 2801 assessments for the upcoming fiscal year. And finally, item number 8 is the approval of a change order to the design contract for the new corporation yard adjacent to Fire Station 3 that is in the planning and design phases. That concludes the summary of the consent calendar. Happy to answer any questions.
Very good. We'll start off with this statement. However, the consent calendar are considered routine. We don't normally require a separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public that has a specific question or wants a clarification on an item, we will get those answered now before a vote is taken. Secondly, any member of the council or the public that wants a full discussion of the item will cause the item to be pulled from the consent calendar and considered separately at the end of the discussion items portion of the agenda tonight. I will also ask the council if they will have any questions first. So I'll start with them. Do you have any questions on the consent calendar? Ms. Beal?
I actually, I'm not sure if I want to pull P4, the Housing Constraints Committee, or if we can just have a conversation about it.
If,
Let's
well,
pull it so we can have kind of a
yes,
separate
if you want a conversation, we have to pull it. So that item then is which number? 4. So we'll pull 4 and move it to the end of discussion. Anyone else from council? Anyone from public wishing to have a question or pull an item?
Dale Augustin, just a comment on the, I appreciate the work they did on 24th Street at the fairgrounds and that. Has there funding been appropriated to expand the bridge on 24th Street?
Get that answer. Anyone else? Okay, maybe Ditas or Chris, do you want to?
I can try to answer it, and if Ditas is around, she's going to have the detailed answers. But the city has been working on improvements to the bridge. We have design and right-of-way underway, and the next step is to move into construction. I believe in a couple of years, we're waiting on getting some of the design and the right-of-way work done now. We're anticipating getting more or additional federal dollars to do the construction, but we're a few years away from that phase. However, I can tell you that this project is actively in the works and moving forward as we speak.
Very good. Okay. Is anyone online have any questions at all, Melissa?
No, sir.
All right, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and direction.
Mayor Hammond?
Pro Tem Gregory.
I move that we approve items 1 through 3, 5 through 8 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Any discussion on the council? Okay, Melissa, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
So Mayor Hammond, I have another question for you here.
Sure.
Is it a lot of discussion on item 4, Chris, or would you mind if we just took care of that now? Separately?
It's
Is council okay with
council's direction. We want to move it forward on the agenda? Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that.
Pretty straightforward. I appreciate bringing this to, formalizing the process for this committee. It's an important issue. There's a lot of things that can happen with the Housing Constraints Committee that can't really happen at other places. So I just want to clarify a few things. We did have some public comment, which you probably saw. There's a few minor issues that can probably be corrected by staff in terms of bullets and numbering and things like that. I was wondering what your thought was on why you said no less than 1 meeting per year for the Housing Constraints Committee. That would be for you, Mr. Grace.
So we said no less than 1 meeting per year so that we would have that annual meeting moment to go back and look at the membership, and because there will still be a need to recruit annually. That's why we're staggering some of the positions as they come in. Does that make sense? So we have at least 1 meeting, because in the past, I think Warren can speak to this more than I can, but they have not met with a great deal of regularity.
I can understand that. I actually think that this committee potentially is very, very important. And I would make the case for changing that 1 meeting per year. So I'll just kind of put that out there.
We're saying no less than, not that it can't be more than.
Right. They need at least.
I know, but based on the importance of the committee, couldn't it be no less than 3 or no less than, you know what I'm saying?
Here's a question, staff, then. How do they call a meeting? What's the reason for calling a meeting?
So typically, the Housing Constraints Committee's mission is to look at issues that impede housing production in the city. So as issues come up, whether they're raised by the community or the council, we'll convene meetings. We do know that based on the multifamily accelerator program that the council adopted last summer, that there is a need for a series of meetings to address that. We've been holding off on a meeting while we got these bylaws updated, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have quite a few meetings coming up fairly soon.
And then I'll chime in too that things like legislative action by the state as it pertains to housing, that's another relevant topic that would be of interest to the committee, as well as things like fee updates and other types of processes that the city has in place that impact or have a role in the development process. Those are items that have historically gone to the committee. So as we establish it in a more formal sense, I could see where they are meeting on a more regular basis. As topics arise, and that cadence will be determined primarily by what this body as a council would ask them to look at, as well as what staff, determines kind of is within their purview that they'd want to bring there, much like we do with any of our other advisory committees, before something may come before the council.
Right. So it sounds like it'll be not a regular meeting schedule like some of the other committees are meeting right now, monthly or quarterly or the other third Thursday of, the odd months. So it sounds like this will have a more irregular schedule. Is that what you anticipate?
That's typically how it's worked. So if they have a task they're working on sometimes, well, historically, they would meet like every month on an issue. And then when the next issue came up, they would meet in batches to get something moved up, to the council. So, and that's typically how it works. So they'll focus on the issue, make a recommendation, and then they'll wait for the next issue to come their way.
Got it. And then remind me how agendas are set.
So staff, the community development department basically acts as the secretary. So we work with the city manager basically to identify issues and then schedule meetings as necessary. So staff will put together the agendas. The committee can ask for items to be agendized, as well as the council or the planning commission.
Got it. And again, I know sometimes in this conversation we talk about like housing production, but I appreciate in the purpose of this committee that we're also talking about kind of the constraints with that. And I want to make sure that we're asking the questions of, are we building the type of housing that the community needs? And I'm not sure where that happens in the city, but I would think that that question can be asked and addressed kind of in the context of this committee. Is that right? Or
definitely they play a role in that. Obviously the council plays a role in that as well. I think it's a challenge. We're getting a lot of feedback, from local industries, the tourism industry about the need for housing that's available to their workers. So we know that's a challenge. And I think, based on your economic development strategy that you adopted last summer, that really articulated what the issue is. I think we're still trying to figure out exactly what our targets are in terms of housing production. But yes, the Housing Constraints Committee will play a key role in that.
Great. Thanks, Warren.
I never missed an opportunity to toot our own horn about our RENA numbers. If you want to say something about Paso Robles for that.
Well, we're doing very well, but we actually have it on the agenda tonight, is the annual housing report. So Darcy will give you a whole report on that very soon.
Okay, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you for including a chairperson and vice chairperson being nominated on the board. So that clarifies that issue. So thank you for that inclusion.
Councilman Strong.
Yeah, and I'd like to make a comment, and that is that a lot of this has to do with the state. And one of our participation with the League of California Cities is opposing a lot of the state mandates that are coming down that now have mandated that if you have a single family residence zoning, you're allowed up to 4 units on that lot. And that doesn't make any sense in many cases, because we're eliminating the single family home, basically. When you have a developer that's out there trying to make money, he wants to get as much production as he can out of that land that he's paying a lot of money for. And so they're naturally going to go toward the fourplexes, duplexes, apartments, etc. And I don't think that's necessarily always in the best interest of the city, but it does produce a lot of housing, but in a very small space. Question is, how small a space and how healthy is it? And that's part of our concern, is just how healthy is it? And I think that we're doing everything we can. If only the state legislature would listen once in a while and let us make some of those decisions.
Yeah, but we live in California. I'm going to open it up to the public. Anybody have any item on questions for item 4, consent item number? Okay, we'll bring it back and then we'll look for a motion.
Move to approve P4.
Second.
Motion by Beal, second by Gregory. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, that brings us to public hearings, and I, as mayor, will open up the public hearing now for the change proceedings for Community Facilities District number 2022-1N, and that is the Olson South Chandler Ranch facilities, regarding 3 actions
Mayor
that we're going to be talking about.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think you skipped the first one. The first one is Q1, which is the second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance number 1158.
Yes, okay.
Updating the animal control regulations.
I got this mixed up. I'm sorry. Yep.
Sorry about that.
Nope, sorry. Okay, let's go. Yeah, item 1. Todd, you're going to have that item for us?
Yes, sir.
Todd Rayner.
Good evening. As you recall from the last 2 presentations, we're working on adopting Animal Services County regulations. Previously, what was going on is every jurisdiction in the county had their own animal services ordinances, making it difficult for Animal Reg to enforce different laws in every jurisdiction. So with this contract of July 2025, they requested every jurisdiction to adopt the county animal services ordinances into every jurisdiction. That way, the enforcement is efficient. It's all the same. They don't have to memorize every single jurisdiction, including Paso. So what we're doing is adopting the county ordinance about animal services into our municipal code. So that creates efficiency for them. It's easier for us. And understanding that each jurisdiction has its own little nuances. They did allow everybody to keep jurisdiction-specific ordinances. For example, us, we don't allow roosters in the city limits. We don't allow pigs and swine in the city limits. So little nuances like that we get to keep. But this is just adopting their ordinance directly into ours, and there's some different nuances on how to do that. We had to post it in the paper that this is going to happen. We can't do it by consent, and we have to have a certified copy of the county ordinance with the city clerk, which has been done.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Reed? Okay.
I have one concern. Do we still have that section in there about if somebody hits an animal, they must stay at the scene until somebody arrives to address the situation?
Yes, sir. That remained.
And what about if they were taking another person to an emergency hospital for an immediate medical emergency?
Yeah, there's always a mitigating factor. I mean, if they have a reason like that, obviously we'd weigh that from an enforcement standpoint. That's a little understandable.
All right, that was my concern. That's just how totally are we enforcing that? Because there are circumstances which is just unreasonable.
No, with every law we have discretion.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to have any comment on this item? And anyone online?
No, sir.
Bring it back to council for direction.
Mayor Hammond, I move that we approve the second reading of this amendment to our ordinance 1158.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Beal.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now, the exact wording of this, should I just get Ryan up here first? Ryan Cornell, we have item 2, time and place fixed public hearing for revised rate and methods of apportionment for special tax. Ryan Cornell.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ron Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Actually, there is a spot in our script, Mr. Mayor, that talks about a staff presentation, so I'm actually going to go ahead and turn it back over to you.
Okay.
Just open the public hearing.
Okay. So we'll open up the public hearing now for the change of proceedings for Community Facilities District 2022-1N. That's the Olson South Chandler Ranch facilities. Tonight we have regarding 3 actions that we're going to take. First one's going to be the increase of bond indebtedness for improvement area number 1 and improvement area number 3. Second one is going to be the revisions to the rate and method of apportionment for special taxes for the improvement area number 1, 3, and 5, and for the levy of special taxes herein. And the third action is going to be the determination of necessity to incur bonded indebtedness. Petitions were received from each of the property owners owning all the properties within the improvement area number 1, improvement area number 3, and improvement area number 5 of the City of Paso Robles Community Facilities District number 2022-1N, Olson South Chandler Ranch. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that the notice of public hearing were published in accordance with the law?
Yes, notices were published in accordance with the law.
Thank you. The mayor then will go ahead and call the city staff for a report regarding the changes to be provided and for within the community facilities district, and that sounds like Ryan Cornett.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick presentation. Actually, I'm going to skip 2 slides. So this is a step 2 of a 3-step process in order to update some of the community facilities taxes near the Olson South Chandler Ranch area. The first action occurred on April 1st, where we set the hearing date and approved kind of the draft rate and method of apportionment. This meeting officially conducts the election and introduces the new taxes in the community facilities districts officially. There is a second reading requirement, so then at the next city council meeting, we'll have a second reading, but that'll just be on simply consent. Going back, just to kind of reiterate, this is the Olson South Chandler specific plan. We have 5 separate facilities districts within this area, 3 of which are being revised tonight. The first one, improvement area 4, they're already under construction. We don't anticipate them needing to revise their rate and method of apportionment. Earlier or late in 2024, we updated improvement area number 2. And so this really should be the last one of this area. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, there was a series of actions and a very rigorous formality. So we can continue with the script, but if there's any questions now, I'd be happy to answer those.
Okay, any questions from Ryan on this item? Seeing none. Okay. Do we need to open up public comment right now at this point, Melissa, for this?
At this point, I believe we're just going to check and see if any written protests have been received.
Yeah, okay, then let me, read that statement. Is there any persons wishing to present testimony or protest in the audience tonight or online? Seeing none. Thank you. No public testimony was made, nor any other oral protests received. Madam Clerk, have you any written protests that have been received?
No written protests were received.
Okay. Madam Clerk, then are there any persons registered to vote in the territory of Improvement Area 1, Area number 3, or Area number 5?
The County of San Luis Obispo Registrar of Voters has certified that there are no registered voters within the territory.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, have the owners of all property within the applicable improvement areas of the CFD consented to holding of special elections on May 6th, 2025, and do you so concur?
Yes, all property owners have consented, and I do so concur.
Okay, the public hearing on this item then is now closed, and we can move on to a motion.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion. Do we need to go out to the public now?
Well, we already did. We opened it and closed it. No one else. We're done.
And then we need separate motions.
Separate motions,
Yes,
okay.
please.
Yeah.
The first item will be I approve Resolution 25XXXA, calling for special election.
So a second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? I'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Beal.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next motion is I approve move to approve the resolution 25XXXB, determining the necessity to incur increased bonded indebtedness.
Wait, I think.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Beal.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
I move we approve resolution 25XXXC.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think right now we're on the calling special elections.
Yeah, we need to make a.
Oh, you want that first? Okay.
Yeah.
I withdraw that.
But you will make a motion then to conduct a special election.
Yes, I will make a motion, we conduct a special election.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Now we can,
I'm sorry. We don't need a motion on the conducting a special election. This is on page 3 of your script, Mr. Mayor, in red. That's kind of where we're at.
okay.
So right now we need the city clerk to conduct the special election, which has already occurred. We have the ballots in hand, I believe, and so we just need the city clerk to announce the results of the special election. And Madam Clerk, I believe you have received ballots for the special elections related to the increase in authorized bonded indebtedness for improvement area 1 and number 3 of the CFD and revisions to the rate and method of apportionment of special tax for improvement number areas 1, 3, and 5, and the levy of the special taxes.
Yes, I've received the official ballots, and all votes were cast in favor of each of the propositions therein. The propositions carry and are passed.
Okay.
Number 4.
And then the next one, I think, item 5.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve Resolution 25XXXC, the resolution of change in declaring election results.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? We'll call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And
Last one.
do we need a motion on the introduce the first reading?
We do. We need a
Okay.
motion for the ordinance, please.
I move we introduce first reading by title only, ordinance XXXX, authorizing the levy of special taxes.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion? Call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. That item is now done. Thank you all for helping. Yeah. Moving on, to item 3, introduction first reading, title only, for the municipal code amending 11.20 regarding trenching and pavement preservation. And we have Leslie Frazier, our engineer. Turned on there.
There we go. All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Welcome.
My name is Leslie Frazier, City Engineer and Deputy Director of Community Development. The item before you tonight is an ordinance update for pavement preservation and the adoption of a microtrench standard for our city within our public right-of-way. The city street network includes more than 350 miles and is considered a valuable public resource that requires proper maintenance, management, and investment of city funds to maximize pavement longevity in our community. Currently, in our public investment to date for road maintenance primarily comes from Measure E12. Since its inception in 2012, Measure E has generated $5 to $7 million annually, which is invested back into our community through road maintenance, street repairs, and improvements. In addition to Measure E12, the city also utilizes additional funding sources for road maintenance, including the General Fund, Measure J20, the gas tax, Senate Bill 1, and federal and state grants. The city typically expends, on average, $5 to $9 million annually for road maintenance and rehabilitation projects, with a current total budget of $28 million. However, even though the city has invested these funds, there is still more work to be done. We start by looking at the city's pavement condition index, referred to as PCI. Now, PCI is a numerical index with a range between 0 and 100 at the top. 0 corresponding to pavement and failure, and 100 at the top corresponding to newly paved or restored roads in excellent condition. Interestingly, the PCI was originally developed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers during World War II and is still today considered the standard objective basis for evaluating existing pavement conditions and establishing maintenance priorities. The citywide PCI average is 55, with west side streets averaging 47 and the east side streets averaging a PCI of 61. On the right-hand side of the screen, we see two examples of pavement condition with their corresponding PCI numbers. The top picture is a pavement with PCI of 100 in excellent condition that represents a newly paved or newly treated road. And the bottom picture is a road with a PCI of 60. The pavement is in fair condition. It's starting to show signs of distress, but it is still in good, fair condition. So how does the Paso Robles average compare to other surrounding cities? For context, and as a frame of reference, the statewide average is 62. Cities within SLO County, an average of 60, and the Atascadero PCI average is 48. Now, as we go to the next screen, we will refer back to that numerical index range between 0 and 100. 0 at the bottom represents a failed pavement, and again, 100 at the top represents pavement in excellent condition. Now, let's remember Paso Robles PCI average at 55. Per the PCI index chart, Paso Robles average pavement is considered within the fair condition, but the category also indicates pavement is at risk. And at 55, our city's average pavement condition is on the lower limit, hovering just above 4. And remember, 55 is a citywide average. In fact, many of our west side streets hover in the 10 to 40 PCI range on the poor to failed range of the PCI chart. So what does pavement and failed condition look like? How do we relate these PCI numbers to what we see when we walk around town? On the screen, I'll share a few examples of current pavement conditions in our city streets. The picture on the screen is an example with a pavement of a PCI rating of 10. And what you're seeing is alligator cracking. It's called this because it looks like the scaly skin of an alligator. This example is also a PCI of 10. Alligator cracking is a type of pavement failure caused by fatigue of the asphalt under repeated traffic loading. It's considered a major structural distress, and this example is a PCI of 20. So now that we've reviewed examples of our city's pavement and discussed the citywide PCI average, the next slide shows our current city PCI map street by street. In the upper left corner of the screen is the legend. And you'll notice in green, light green is 64 to 85, dark green is 85 to 100, as designated in the legend. And those colors represent pavement in good to excellent condition. Then on the left-hand side of the legend is red, and underneath that is orange, and those represent poor to failed pavement conditions. Now, from the map, you can see it's not all doom and gloom. Not everything looks like the pictures that I just showed, right? Not all the roads have alligator cracking. A large percentage of our roads are shown in green, typically on the east side. However, while we have many roads in good condition, we see that many of our roads are still in need. That being said, the city has made substantial funding commitments to our city streets. Since the approval of Measure E12, the city has made investments in roadway projects and has funded more than 44 different road maintenance projects in the city, totaling $46.4 million. In order to improve roadway conditions and increase citywide PCI, additional roadway maintenance and continued city investment is needed. In fact, the city's future commitment is approximately $32 million for planned or projects currently underway. So what does this all tell us? The PCI index, the pictures, and the funding commitments. What this tells us is the funding sources combined with public works efforts. It's just one piece of the maintenance puzzle. Based on the current conditions of our roads, future investment along with pavement preservation policies are needed. The second piece of the maintenance puzzle is preservation. And how do we do that? How do we protect our investment? To understand how to preserve pavement, we must first understand how and why pavement deteriorates. Now, there are a few ways pavement will naturally deteriorate. There are environmental effects like sun and water that naturally over 20 to 30 years, the pavement will deteriorate. The second way pavement deteriorates naturally over time is due to fatigue, due to consistent loading of vehicles on our pavement. But there is a third way that pavement deteriorates, and it's not part of the natural process. It's pavement cuts, and specifically pavement cuts within our newly paved or rehabilitated roads. The damage is not considered in the normal range or time frame of pavement deterioration. It's damage that significantly reduces the lifespan of our roads, leading to premature deterioration and more frequent repairs. We find that pavement cuts actually accelerate pavement failure by decreasing the pavement condition in 3 ways. The first way, and most obvious, is that pavement cuts decrease visual appearance of our pavement and pavement rideability. On the screen, we see a picture of a recently upgraded street at 8th and Park. Note the trench cut that was made just shortly after the city invested to upgrade the road in 2021. The pavement caused an immediate, undesirable visual impact. And furthermore, studies have shown that even when patched back and repaired properly, pavement cuts cause an increase in pavement roughness, which causes a significant decrease in vehicle rideability. A second but less obvious way pavement cuts accelerate fatigue is the damage created due to loss of structural integrity. So typical pavement, prior to any pavement cuts, it behaves as one homogeneous section, meaning when a vehicle rolls over the pavement, the weight of that vehicle and the stress from the weight, it's evenly dispersed throughout the pavement. However, in the picture, when the pavement has been cut and a joint has been made, what happens is when the vehicle rolls over that pavement patch, the weight from the vehicle is now locally concentrated in the patch. The stress and deflection from that weight, it can't distribute past the joint. The patch carries the full load of the vehicle, which will cause accelerated fatigue and cracking in the asphalt. But there's a third way that accelerates pavement failure. The cut introduces a direct avenue for water to enter into the pavement section, finding its way into the base and subgrade more quickly than what would have occurred from the normal pavement aging process. So water in the subgrade, why is that bad? I mean, when you hear that, I'm like, yeah, that sounds bad. I don't want water in the subgrade. But I thought I would point out, is it really bad? And the answer is yes. Water in the base and subgrade is very detrimental. It saturates and it weakens the supporting material, leading to a breakdown of the pavement. And with water entering through each cut of a smaller patch, the subgrade wall saturation becomes concentrated and it accelerates pavement failure. In summary, based on municipal studies in Los Angeles, Austin, and Phoenix, who have compared the condition of streets with and without trenches, the studies concluded that pavement cuts reduce average pavement lifespan from 25 to 16 years for arterial streets and 35 to 28 for local streets. And because pavement cuts actually accelerate pavement failure, studies show that pavement in excellent condition, so that's our newly paved and recently treated roads, are more susceptible to greater damage from trench cuts. So trench cuts are always going to damage your pavement. But pavement cuts have a greater negative impact on roads in excellent condition than roads that are older in our community. And how do we know this for sure? So PEI, our pavement specialist, recently performed a study in 2022 and documented the impact of a 4-foot wide pavement cut running lengthwise along a street. They specifically evaluated how a pavement cut impacts pavement condition and how it affects pavement in various PCI categories. And what they found was the exact same trench cut on an old street versus on a new street. Well, the trench cut would damage the structural integrity of the new street more. And what we see from the results is that pavement cuts in newly paved streets have a PCI index decrease of 15 points, which is highlighted in yellow on the screen. So pavement in excellent condition with a PCI of 100, a brand new road, if a trench cut is made, the PCI will automatically decrease to 85. In contrast, pavement in fair condition with a PCI rating of 70 would only slightly decrease by 5 points to a PCI of 65 after a pavement cut. And what this tells us is limiting pavement cuts on newly paved roads will increase pavement longevity, which in turn reduces maintenance expenses and improves citywide PCI over the long term. But in addition to pavement cuts, we also know that our city streets are susceptible to damage by a new industry installation method used by broadband providers referred to as microtrenching. And what is microtrenching? Microtrenching is a technique for installing conduit at a lower cost than standard trenching methods. It involves cutting a narrow and very shallow trench into the pavement and closes the seam with a non-traditional material referred to as fast patch. But there are impacts to unregulated microtrenching, and unfortunately, we can't just say no to microtrenching when proposed for use in our city. Under current state franchise agreements, internet service providers are allowed to install facilities within our city right-of-way through several avenues for authorization. First, as a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, referred to as CPCN, issued through the California Public Utilities Commission. Additionally, internet providers could also utilize their Digital Infrastructure and Video Competition Act authorization, known as DIVCA, as a state video service franchisee, or other franchise rights under Public Utilities Code Section 7901 as a telephone corporation, meaning ISP providers are already authorized to microtrench within our right-of-way, but they are subject to our city regulations. And without a city policy in place, microtrenching installation could occur unregulated at any location with any material at any depth within our city roadways. And let me start by breaking down each concern. The first concern is location. And in the picture we see, without a policy in place, microtrenching could occur anywhere within our street, even right down the center. And most concerning is if the conduit is placed directly over our city sewer or water lines. This condition creates a challenge for our utilities division when a repair on an existing line is needed. For example, the problem occurs when a water line repair is necessary and there's a conflicting conduit above the water line pipe. And the challenges are, if it's an emergency repair, it's in the middle of the night, it's dark outside, visibility is a challenge, and our repair crew might need to spend 3 times longer trying to repair the water line. They're trying to work around the conduit above it. And without regulation, the telecommunication or fiber line, it may not even be installed in a conduit. It may just be a cable that's dropped right in the trench. And chances are the crew's not going to be able to make that repair without damaging the cable or the conduit above it. The second concern with location is since multiple providers are currently allowed to install parallel trenches anywhere within our roadway, trenches could potentially span the entire roadway width. So the picture shows a trench right down the middle, but if another provider comes in, they could go to the left, and if another provider comes in, they could go to the right, and it could span the entire roadway width. Another concern is depth of microtrenching is inherently shallow. The conduit can be installed as shallow as 12 inches, and that presents a challenge to our Public Works Division. When road rehabilitation is needed, generally the work could span down to a depth of 13 to 14 inches, but the conduit could be placed shallower at 12 inches. And this is a problem when Public Works constructs the road improvement or rehabilitation, and when they remove that asphalt, there's going to be significant amount of conflicting conduit that would need to be relocated or replaced. Furthermore, not only is the location and depth currently unregulated by the city, so is the material and compaction. And the problem is, without requirements in place to use city-accepted means and methods, trenches will be repaired with substandard materials and restoration techniques, leading to more premature pavement damage. So how does the city protect our investment, and what are our options? We can look to industry best practices to help mitigate damage to our city street network. And that's why tonight I'm bringing a 2-part dual solution to City Council for consideration that will protect our city's investment in our roads. The first part of the solution is pavement preservation, and the second piece is a microtrench standard. Pavement preservation for our newly paved streets. The ordinance aims to preserve street pavement by restricting trenching and excavating within newly paved streets for a limit of 5 years. So let me break this down. What is considered a newly paved street? How do we define that? And are only brand new streets covered under the ordinance? The term is clearly defined in our ordinance. A newly paved street includes any street that has been newly constructed, so brand new streets, reconstructed, slurry sealed, resurfaced, or the subject of pavement rehabilitation within the past 5 years. So it's a new street or any street that Public Works works on. The next question is what exactly is prohibited? Trenching and excavations, like in the picture, anything that causes a pavement cut. The ordinance aims to preserve street pavement by restricting, for a limit of 5 years, trenching and excavations within newly paved streets. And we find that the proposed 5-year limit is consistent with the City of Pismo's adopted ordinance, which is also a limit of 5 years. On the next screen is a map of our streets maintained by Public Works within the last 5 years. The map shows any road in green. This is any road that Public Works has reconstructed or treated in the last 5 years, or roads that have been newly constructed. And in addition to Public Works efforts, this will include all new developments coming online. Those will also be protected under the ordinance. This will include all roads constructed under the Olson-Chandler-Veneto project, with new collector roads for our community that will include Lene, Sherwood, Airport Road, Hanson Road, and Meadowlark Road, shown on the green part of your screen. In addition, the Beechwood infrastructure, when Beechwood begins construction, all newly constructed roads would be protected, along with any future road improvements, such as development as it moves out towards the airport. Furthermore, all current and future Public Works and CIP projects will also be protected. Projects currently underway this spring, even that Deedis addressed earlier in today's City Council meeting, was Golden Hill Road repairs that we're spending $2.6 million on. Deedis spoke to the Creston Road corridor improvements. Phase 1 is currently going on for $8.5 million. The Serenade Brahma neighborhood of $1 million, and the Mary Hill 15th Street and Terrace Hill projects that's just currently wrapping up at $0.8 million. So the proposed solution for pavement preservation, it sounds good in theory. We want to protect our roads, but how do we do this ordinance, and how do we implement this and yet still encourage development in our community? How does the city strike a balanced approach? And we accomplish this goal by allowing reasonable pavement preservation exceptions, which include emergency encroachments that are immediately necessary to preserve life, property, or public health and safety from an imminent threat of harm. Number 2, work that is mandated by city, state, or federal legislation or initiated by the city. Work necessary for new development or new customers to provide utility service for building or parcels where no other reasonable means of providing service exists. Number 4, repairs or modifications that are necessary to prevent the interruption of essential utility service. And number 5, other situations deemed by the city engineer to be in the best interest of the general public. And the last exception gives the city latitude and flexibility to encourage development when needed for the benefit of our community. So to summarize, if you meet the exception criteria, you will be allowed to trench. Exceptions are allowed, but they will be allowed with enhanced pavement replacement requirements. You will be allowed to trench, but you will be patching back or restoring pavement above and beyond what is currently required. And what does that mean? What is currently required, and what would the above and beyond be? So let's dive in. What we see on the left-hand side of the screen is our current standards, which require a trench restoration of 3 foot on either side of the trench. So the blue hatch indicates the asphalt that would be required in the trench. That will match the existing pavement section, the existing asphalt thickness. And the green represents the 2-inch grind and overlay on either side of the trench. 3 foot on either side. In addition to the pavement restoration shown on the screen, we currently collect a $1,000 warranty deposit along with any encroachment application that involves saw cutting, trenching, and paving improvements of the public right-of-way. Once the work is complete, our system automatically schedules a 9-month warranty inspection, and once the warranty inspection is passed, the deposit is released back to the owner. But how are the enhanced pavement restoration standards different? The standards are different is that instead of requiring 3 feet on either side, require a 10-foot grind and overlay on either side, and that will be 2-inch grind and overlay. We will also plan to continue our warranty process as well. And next I'll share an example from the field of a pavement cut that provides utility service from the main line to the building. And the first picture shows our current replacement standards of 3 foot on either side. The next picture would show our restoration with 10 foot on either side. The larger patch improves the pavement's ability to distribute vehicle weight throughout the pavement section while improving vehicle rideability and visual appearance. So now I'm going to take you one step further. What if the cut is longitudinal right down the center of our road? What if the contractor is replacing a main line right down the center? What are the current versus enhanced pavement requirements for newly paved streets? On the left is an example of the trench cut down the center, which depicts our current pavement restoration patch. And on the right, what you'll see is what our replacement would be under the enhanced pavement section. And this would be typical of local roads. For our arterial or collectors, we would consider more of a half street restoration replacement. So it would just go from the curb to the center line. That's also based on where the patch would happen. But this would be typical of a local street that would go from curb to curb. In summary, we are limiting pavement cuts in our newly paved streets. Restrictions would be in place with reasonable exceptions allowed, combined with enhanced pavement replacement requirements. But limiting pavement cuts, it's only one part of the solution. The second piece is a policy for microtrenching. A policy is needed for 2 reasons. First, to support the city's broadband goals and implement broadband-friendly policies. The current City Council adopted goals call for the implementation of the North County Broadband Strategic Plan to increase internet service options and levels for Paso Robles residents and local businesses. Our city is actively working to accelerate the deployment of broadband infrastructure and services to provide higher quality, more affordable, and more inclusive internet coverages for businesses and residents while encouraging industry competition and preparing our city for a smart city vision for the future. To achieve city's broadband goals, the strategic plan recommends a broadband-friendly policy. The second reason a policy and a standard is needed is because effective January 1st of 2022, Government Code Section 65964 requires all cities to allow microtrenching, a new construction technique for the installation of underground fiber, typically deployed in the public right-of-way. In other words, we can't just say no. So if we can't say no, what is the yes we are able to give? What are the established parameters to allow microtrenching that will work for our city? The first parameter was requiring the use of existing overhead lines when available over pavement cut alternatives for all telecommunication and broadband facilities. Meaning if overhead lines exist in our right-of-way, don't cut into our roads, install overhead. The second parameter was to create a microtrenching standard detail. Our general microtrench components include the curb location, the location of the microtrench, the conduit location, and the required pavement restoration over the top. Now recall that current microtrenching installation practices without an established city policy include unregulated location, a 12-inch depth that's too shallow for our public works road rehabilitation projects, and substandard materials and compaction. So how do we implement a microtrench policy that protects the city's streets and utility investments, yet still upholds the city's broadband-friendly approach? The proposed microtrench policy is a balanced and broadband-friendly approach by allowing an avenue for the use of microtrenching and supporting broadband growth within our city, while integrating key safeguards and protections for the city's infrastructure and capital investment going forward. The first element is that we require a 16-inch minimum depth. It allows for shallow trenching within our roadways, yet still accommodates public works road rehabilitation work that will extend to a depth of 14 inches. The second element includes parameters for the street location. Highlighted in yellow is a 2-foot maximum. Recall that under state guidelines, microtrenching is allowed anywhere within our roadway. The city's proposed microtrench standard would allow microtrenching within the roadway, but limited to 2 foot of the gutter edge. The 2-foot width allows multiple parallel conduit installation by various providers while removing conflict with the city's mainline utility infrastructure within the roadway. The standard also allows for the ability to trench right next to the curb, which minimizes restoration requirements. And the last element is pavement restoration. That's highlighted in blue. And I promise this is the last technical piece in the presentation, and hang with me. As we dive into the details, I believe the restoration piece is crucial to uphold the quality of the methods and materials in our city roadway. Current unregulated microtrench techniques has no backfill and no pavement restoration requirements. The 2-inch trench, as shown on the screen in the picture, it's typically backfilled with a pea gravel type material, and it's finished with a fast patch, both of which are non-approved materials and considered substandard in our roadways. So why are the materials considered substandard? Like, what's wrong with using pea gravel and fast patch? Pea gravel is considered substandard because it offers no structural support within our road section. It is loose material and it requires support from surrounding material to stay in place. Fast patch material is also considered substandard. It's actually more of a used for crack sealing. The material does not provide the same structural support as asphalt. Our city standard incorporates a three-part solution. It includes backfill material, it includes asphalt restoration, and adequate width for proper compaction that's shown in the blue hatch. Proper compaction is essential because it increases the strength and pavement durability, which prolongs the pavement's lifespan. And I'll share one more example with you. On the screen is an example of a microtrench installed adjacent to the gutter and restored with a fast patch material. And in full disclosure, and to be completely transparent, I understand at first glance this might appear better because I thought so too. I'm like, oh, that actually looks pretty good. But the problem, however, is that the microtrench uses a fast patch material to seal the trench. And I asked PEI, our pavement specialist, for his opinion. Why can't we use this? Why wouldn't we recommend this for the city? And his response is, over my years, I have seen products come and go. They start out with all kinds of promises, but over time do not perform. The breakdown usually occurs from the environmental deterioration that asphalt products face over time. We can model or simulate traffic loading effects when considering pavement alternatives, but we can't duplicate the effect of the sun beating down on the pavement for 20 years in our models. That is why I call any product or proposed technology less than 20 years old new. So could we consider fast patch? We could in the future, but we are not contemplating the material at this time. Which brings me to the last point. Since microtrenching is an emergency industry practice, it has not been around for very long. We may find that we need to make updates and fine-tune the details as needed. As part of the resolution, City Council would give authorization to the city engineer to update the microtrenching standards from time to time as deemed necessary and as we continue to work with other broadband providers. However, the recommendation tonight is to keep the standard as currently proposed and adopt a policy in place that protects our city. In conclusion, what does the city receive from pavement preservation and microtrench standards? What's the benefit to the city? For pavement preservation, on the left, it's an example of our current patchback practice. After ordinance adoption, not only would pavement cuts be limited, but any restoration from a warranted pavement cut would allow for enhanced pavement restoration requirements as shown on the picture of the right. Similarly, to highlight the benefits to a city-adopted microtrench standard, on the left is an example of a current microtrench installation practice without a city policy in place. It's indicative of the wild, wild west trench wherever you want. On the right shows the location and replacement standards that preserves our pavement service life and protects the city's infrastructure investments. In summary, staff's recommendation to City Council is introduce for first reading by title ordinance only, number XXX, amending Chapter 11.20 of the Municipal Code regarding trenching and pavement preservation, and approve Resolution 25-XXX, adopting the city's microtrenching standards for facilities in the public right-of-way. At this time, I would like it to open it up for questions from the council.
Thank you, Leslie. Start off with the council on my left. Good. You have questions?
Yes, I've got a number. First of all, you read AT&T's letter. And do you have an answer to that?
Yes, at this time, I would recommend keeping the policy as is. The reason why is we would need time to evaluate what AT&T's proposal is. Our current policy has a standard that accounts for 2-inch bedding underneath conduit and required conduit separation of 2 inches that we would typically like to see. And given that trenches can only be between 16 and 26 inches in depth, that only leaves 10 inches for conduit to be placed. That's where we're getting the 2 conduits stacking. We're happy to consider, and as I mentioned, I would be able to refine the detail as needed, but I would like to see a sketch or a concept from AT&T, what they are proposing, so we could consider and modify the detail as needed.
Okay, but then I'm wondering too, they mentioned how many lines they have to sometimes put in. Can they put all those lines in a single conduit if they had the right shielding on each one?
I believe that we would have to see what they are proposing, but what they put in the conduit isn't something the city would regulate. We would be just regulating the placement of their conduit and the spacing of their conduit so it doesn't impact our city facilities or our city streets.
Okay, and the other concern I have is I'm thinking how many really need to go in that line possibly, especially in a new area where you've got a brand new road going in. Are they notified about new roads going in so they can trench at that time?
We do have, in the policy, we do have a provision that they use overhead, and keep in mind, we also encourage them to use the public utility easements and also the parkway, so they could be trenching through the landscape or underneath the sidewalk without going into our streets.
But what about if they trenched before the road was actually paved?
And they could do that too, and that would be coordination.
And that they were notified in advance, and they possibly could do that.
Yes.
I'm concerned with, okay, you've got AT&T, you've got Spectrum, you've got multiple other services that are providing TV and internet, et cetera, services to our various businesses and people. And how do you get all of those into one trench? Or do we have multiple trenches?
They could do multiple trenches, and I have talked to other city engineers in the surrounding communities, and without policies in place, that's what's happened, is they put multiple trenches through the roadway width. That's why we're trying to limit them to 2 foot within the gutter. So if the first provider comes in, the second provider could come in adjacent to them, but within that 2 foot range. And also address your concern of some of the newly paved roads, like out in Olson Chandler. From my understanding, is fiber conduit has already been put in place, so that would not be occurring on those roads.
Okay, so do we have any regulations about what the distance has to be horizontally?
They can parallel trench within the 2 foot.
Within
Yes.
2 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
So you could have one trench right next to the gutter, and then 2 to 3 inches over, you could put another
Oh,
trench.
just a couple of inches over?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, very good.
And then if another provider comes in, they can go even further out. Obviously, there's a benefit to being the first person. They would more than likely trench right next to the gutter, so they wouldn't have as much pavement replacement.
Okay, my biggest concern is, are existing roads then exempt from this? Are they grandfathered?
They would, no, the micro trench policy would apply to all roads, new and old roads in our community. Pavement preservation has to do with the patchback.
Okay, the other question I have is, do we allow this sort of thing to go in on our bike paths?
If a trench is installed on the bike path, they are required to patch all the way from the gutter all the way to the edge of the bike path.
But what about if the bike path is inland over open lands?
If it's not
Well,
within
I'm thinking,
the roadway?
for instance, the Chandler Ranch. We have bike paths that are proposed up over the top there and off of Union Road as it's going out, or off of Airport as it's going over to Union. And that would take it all the way through. Also, the one at Centennial Park, you've got a bike path there or a walking path. Can they put them in those rights of way?
So if it's in the public right of way, then these ISPs do have the right to install these fiber lines in the public right of way. I think some of those bikeways like Centennial you're talking about aren't in a public right of way. They're in like a public park or an open space, or they're in an easement. So if the bike path's not in the right of way, then it wouldn't be subject to that rule. But if it's adjacent to a street and part of the right of way, then they have flexibility about where to locate.
So it has to be street right of way. It can't be
a public right of way, which is a street right of way, but not a, open space or park is not a public right of way. It's a public property, but not right of way.
So it's public property, but not public right of way.
Wherever we have a PUE, public utilities easement, is kind of where they're going to be able to use that system?
No, so usually in the right of way, on the edge of the right of way, or on the private property next to the right of way is the public utility easement, which is historically where we've put the communication utilities. But this allows them to put them anywhere in the right of way, regardless of where the PUE is.
And that was my question, because it's not, PUEs are not on the street. Usually they're off, on the parkway where there's no asphalt to deal with. But
okay, all right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the answers.
Okay. Ms. Beal?
I'm good.
Okay. This side, Councilman Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Leslie, for a very uncomplicated subject.
Right.
You did a great job. So, but I like the policy that you came up with. So I have a couple questions. How do other carriers or people that want to get in a trench get a hold of the people, or how do they know there's trenching going on, let's say for Astound or internet? Is there a way for them to broadcast it, or how do they find that trench being open?
Yes, Public Works corresponds. I know Deedis corresponds whenever she has a CIP project coming up. She is corresponding and coordinating with utility providers well in advance.
Okay. And then the question I got, the depth is recommended a minimum of 16, maximum of 20 inches, correct?
Maximum of 26.
26, okay. But that allows protection for redoing the road.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The 2-sack slurry mix, does that harden like concrete or just prevent compaction?
The 2-sack slurry mix is what we typically use in our trench patchbacks now.
So you have it now, okay, good.
So it's consistent with our current patchback policy.
Okay, and then under a new construction scenario, you could have multiple people trenching, but you will try to keep them within 2 feet of each other. Is that the plan, or?
I would keep all trenches within 2 foot of the gutter edge.
Together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on a typical trenching project, I saw your numbers where you're 2 feet off of the curb or the gutter, and then another foot or so out into the street. So if someone were to come in and do a micro trench, they'd be responsible to repave a section of about 2.5 feet wide with the support underneath.
Well, if you're the first provider in, what I would imagine would happen is the first person in would trench right next to the gutter edge.
Oh, okay.
And so they would have their trench width of 2 inches, and then they would have 8 inches beyond that. So the first person would be replacing 10 inches, a
Right.
2-inch grind and overlay.
And then your example of a slide of what's allowed today in all new road. So that is not a typical answer to the solution. It's like you're going to stick to a 3-foot wide path or whatever with the repairs underneath and the support right along the road.
For micro-trenching.
In the direction of traffic.
For micro-trenching, yes.
So, no, you're not doing any cross traffic. It's all in direction of traffic. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Belsch.
There we go. Thank you for the presentation. What's the maximum diameter for conduit?
And the maximum trench width is 4 inches that's allowed.
Okay. And they could stack that if they went 26 inches deep?
We're allowing 2 stacked conduit.
2 stacks, so that'd be 8 inches?
Right.
Okay.
They could.
Thank you.
Okay, Leslie, I have some questions. Oh, that's right. Councilman Strong.
Yeah, one more question. That is, with the new electric cars that are coming in and about an extra 2 tons of weight, has that been taken into consideration in these standards?
Yes, it has. I worked with our pavement specialist on that, as well as I also reviewed our current TIs for our road as well.
Yeah.
Not just for this standard, but that is this discussion that I've had with them, making sure that not only this policy meets those requirements, but even our current collector and arterial pavement sections.
I'm most concerned about the garbage trucks, because there I think it adds even more weight to something that large, more like about 4 tons.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of extra weight on those local roads. Okay, thank you.
Leslie, okay. Got several questions, but the first one I really want to ask is, have the utilities, I mean, our major point here is we're trying to get broadband internet through the North County, Tascadero City and us, of course. And not that Tascadero has poorer streets than we do, but they do. And so what I'm wondering is that they've allowed different types of microtrenching, which apparently has given the green light to the utilities to move forward with their city rather than Paso Robles. Have you heard that? Or have you been apprised of that?
No, I've been in touch with the Tascadero.
Exactly. So I don't want to make this so tough that they're going to bypass Paso Robles. All right. And so the next question, how are the utilities biting off on our proposal?
I've had a lot of input. We did a public outreach in April on this topic. First, to address your concern between Atascadero and Paso Robles, my understanding is that Atascadero had a lot of overhead opportunities, so much of their broadwind was not cutting into their pavement, but installed overhead. And what we're hearing from broadband providers is on the west side, there's a lot of overhead opportunity. Overhead's the cheapest solution, and we anticipate that they will be using overhead. So they're fine with our policy that encourages and actually requires overhead for use first and for consideration first. On the east side, where overhead is not as readily available, they like the suggestion of being within the PUE, and our standard has been routed around to different broadband providers, and we've received a lot of encouraging feedback that they were fine with it.
Okay. Funny thing, Sunday at a fundraiser, I was talking to a provider that a new technology, and I think you mentioned it, but it looked even wider than what he was speaking of, is that they're using a standard where they go down the middle of the street, like with a 1/4-inch groove, 2 to 3 inches deep, right? And then backfilling with some sort of a material that makes it as hard as what the asphalt was. Of course, when you score something, it tends to make a break, and that panel, like you're talking about, distributing weight, but it's got to be new technologies coming out. Have we explored that or heard about that at all?
I have not heard of trenching that's just 2 to 3 inches deep. I would be concerned with how that would impact our public works rehabilitation efforts in the future. if we allowed that, but open to considering it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's got to be some new methods and industries, standards that are coming out that get that wire or fiber basically to those homes easier and less money without impacting other like us. So obviously, with this ordinance, we can always adjust and make adjustments upon newer technology, I'm assuming, correct?
Right.
I think the biggest thing too, the other thing I've always said, and this is what I've asked DETAS for years, is compaction is the culprit, the biggest culprit of when they open up a street, and if they don't get the compaction right, and after a year or two, you see it sink. And so I've always said we need to hold these people who put a hole in our street accountable for not just a year, but maybe 2 or 3 until, if it does sink, which they all do, that they come back and finish it. Do we have any language in this that can, I know we have a $1,000 bond or whatever, but that's not a whole lot of money to fix something if it's fairly large either. So what kind of language do we have, or teeth, I guess, is what I'm wondering. If we're getting into this ordinance, how can we make them come back and finish it off again?
I would, that seems to me more of a policy for our current trench back, that if we wanted to consider that that's extended for longer than a year or for more money, we could explore those alternatives. But I wouldn't recommend that being part of the micro trench policy at this time.
Doesn't this policy cover both of them though? You were going over, how wide the thing is and how much further you have to go, 10 feet. That's going to be so expensive. And this is within a 5-year term of a new street, right? That they have to go 20 feet wide.
Right. So our pavement preservation, that the policy only covers the 2-inch grind and overlay, not the actual reconstruction of the full trench. That would be per our current trenching policy, our current trenching detail. The 2-inch grind and overlay on either side, we're just planning to extend that from 3 foot to 10 foot, and they would still need to meet the asphalt compaction requirements.
Again, that's only for streets that are younger than 5 years. Anything beyond that, they don't have to go. That's just 3 feet, I think, on either side.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, I would personally like to see staff come back with some sort of a policy where we can further discuss this. I think I've talked about it with Chris, where we, things happen. You have to put a hole in the street, which it is what it is. But, they also need to be able to take care of the public and make sure that when you drive over that, you don't remember them every time. That's the point. So, okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Anybody else, council? Okay, we'll open up the public. Anybody wishing to make an item on this consent or this pavement issue?
Dale Guston, Paso Robles. Yeah, I have that concern about opening up newly repaved streets all the time. I know on Commerce Way, have all the cuts been done to where we can get that street paved? I mean, it's horrible. And also, I think the public is being duped. Let me tell you why. I used to work for the gas company a long time ago. And natural gas is still the cheapest form of energy you can buy. And it's claimed. They claim it's not, it is. I know. And so they're mandating solar panels on these houses, thinking that that's going to solve the problem of not overloading the grids. You're going to find that these solar panels are undersized on these new tracks eventually. And the grid is going to be impacted even more. And so in the future, because of this mandate to do away with natural gas, we're going to end up with brownouts everywhere we go, and especially in the city of Paso Robles. I think you need to look at future tracks of getting a waiver to put natural gas into those things so that the grids are not so overloaded. That's my opinion.
Sharon, welcome.
Sharon Roden. I am a planning commissioner, but I'm speaking tonight or asking questions on as a private citizen. Thank you, Leslie. That was a great report and trying to get ahead of a problem that we have. A couple of questions, really. How long, when we were talking about trenching on an excellent road and it moved the index down 15 points to an 85, how long would it ordinarily take to go from an excellent road down to that 85 or even down to the next level of good? I think it was. That's one question. Two, is 5 years long enough for new construction on a road to allow trenching? And do we have that ability to elongate that time a little bit? And I assume you've already looked at it. You're smarter than I am with this stuff. Rather than trenching down the middle of the road where striping is and there's probably less travel than there is on the edges of the road, the benefits one way or the other. And I assume that's been done and you want it on the edge. So anyway, those are just questions.
Could you repeat the last question?
The contrast of trenching down the center of a road where a center line is, because you don't ordinarily travel down that center line. You're in the path of the road, or you're not turning in and out that would cross over that trenching. I'm just wondering if the center line is a better place to put the trenching. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have any online, Leslie?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back. Leslie, you have some questions?
Yes, sure. With the first question on how long it would take for a road condition to go from excellent down to good or fair, I'm not sure it's necessarily based on number of years. I think it's more based on the fatigue and the truck loading and the traffic that's incurred on that road. So I'm not aware of a standard that says, after 10 years it drops from excellent to poor. It more has to do with the conditions of the road, the truck loading, and also any sort of environmental effects like water and whatnot. As far as the second question goes with, is 5 years long enough? We, in researching the pavement preservation, I found policies within the state that extended all the way from 2 up through 5 years for pavement preservation or pavement moratoriums. And in working with Public Works, we felt that 5 years, the maximum that we had seen in other ordinances around the state, is what we would go to go through to the maximum preservation for here for the city of Paso Robles. And the third question of whether we could consider going down the center line, one benefit to being by the edge of the gutter is that we would be outside of the vehicle wheel path, which we would also be outside the vehicle wheel path at the center line as well. But keep in mind, it wasn't just the vehicle wheel path we were concerned with, but also the placement of our utility main lines. And utility sewer and water tend to be more in the middle of the road, and that's why the gutter, the closer to the gutter edge, was the preferred location for all facilities within the city. Mm-hmm.
Quick question, add on to that Sharon's question. With regard to if for some reason, a new street was put in, a new house had to get into that street, would that be considered an exemption when he had to tie into the utilities, sewer and water, whatever that's there?
Exactly. That's what I was concerned with and wanted to make sure we had exceptions in our preservation policy. I didn't want to tell a single family residence that you couldn't build your home and you would have to wait 4.5 years for your water line to be installed. So that would fall under the exception.
Right. But then on the flip side of that, there's new standards for them to be able to do that, correct? When we're talking about the more invasive or repair being wider and broader than what we typically would have required.
Yes, they would be able to install their water line, but instead of a 3-foot grind and overlay, they would extend 7 additional feet and make it 10 foot on either side.
Right. Right. The other thing I mentioned earlier, and I think that's really important too, compaction, 90%, 93%. I know when we used to build it, we go even higher than that. can we require a higher compaction so we don't get the settling as much? And water and compaction is a key to this.
Yeah, I would refer back to what our Green Book standards are for compaction.
Yeah, but it also has a lot to do with the whole problem. And so I think we should be making some sort of a recommendation here to that too, or at least have it brought back and discussed with a different standard of compaction.
And that if that's, you know, the recommendation for staff to look into that, I would recommend updates to our U2 standard.
Okay.
Not the band, but
right.
it's literally U-2, our micro trench standard.
Yeah. No, it's always a work in progress.
Sorry, our typical standard trench patchback.
Okay.
And that's where I would capture those changes to the compaction.
Councilman Gregory. Yeah, public comment is closed. We're coming back to council now.
Sure, okay, I didn't hear that. Okay. I have additional questions. So again, I'm going to ask my question. Does the 2-sack slurry mix increase the ability for compaction not happening?
It will. It is our preferred method.
That's significantly different than I've seen before. So, so in other words, instead of compacting soil, you've got a slurry mix doing it. So.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That's
more dense material.
That's a much better process.
Okay. Anyone else? Then we're looking for a direction.
Yeah. Go ahead. You have a question?
I was just going to add a comment. I think that there's enough exceptions in this where there's some flexibility moving forward on, you know, to allow things to happen. And then even looking at that road in terms of what roads are within the 5-year window. We'd like it to be more, but, you know, I mean, there's still lots of roads out there that wouldn't fall under this. So I appreciate that new technology is coming along. I think we have very smart professionals on staff that could alert us and to see how that could be accommodated. But I would be comfortable moving forward with this.
Well, that was my main concern is, you know, these providers that are tasked with bringing broadband to North County, had a kind of a dull taste of Paso Robles, and that's what I was really worried about, you know, that they'll pass us up and they'll go to easier areas to deal with versus us. So I want to make sure that we're communicating and they're okay on board. So at this point.
So, Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion, but I have a comment about our staff. First of all, thank you, Leslie, for all your work. But I'd like to historically say something like 12th Street, when we redid that, the staff was very diligent about going out, and we got several people, 17 people, to replace their sewer laterals before we did the work. And the information getting out to the public is really important. I think that we're getting better and better at that. So I think that would really help the micro trenching situation. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve and introduce for the first reading by title only ordinance XXXNS, amending Chapter 11.20 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code regarding trenching and pavement preservation.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes
Thank you,
unanimously.
Leslie.
And one more, I'd like to approve resolution 25XXX, adopting city's microtension standards for facilities and public right-of-way.
Second. Motion by Gregory, second by Strong. And roll call.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
5-minute break?
Right away to the bathroom, please.
Okay, green light, go ahead. We'll reconvene, going now to discussion items. R1, 2024 Annual Report for Implementation of the General Plan. And Darcy, you have that for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, this is the 2024 annual report on the general plan. So this is a report that I give every year and something that we will be sending to the state once the city council blesses it. All right, so what is the general plan? It's a state requirement. It's a document that sets land use policies and really just a blueprint of our city's future. So we have our city zoning, capital improvement plan, and building permit consistency with the general plan. It is also made up of 8 sections, or what we refer to as elements. So we have the land use, open space, conservation, housing, circulation, safety, noise, and we also have an optional element, which is parks and recreation. So these make up our general plan. It is the document that guides us all. All right, so there is a state requirement for the city to report on the status of implementing the general plan. The report is first considered by Planning Commission and then heard by City Council. So Planning Commission actually just reviewed this report and endorsed it on April 22nd. So once the city has essentially endorsed the report, we will send it to the state offices of planning and research and housing and community development. And with this report is actually, they've expanded over the years. We have a spreadsheet full of building permit information that would not fit on any page. So just know that this is supplemental, or we have supplemental reports that we also send to the state for pretty much all of our permit tracking for building permits. All right, so what are the contents of our status report? So we do have a housing element report. That is really, I would say, the meat of what the state is interested in. It kind of all falls back to, are we on track for meeting our regional housing allocation number or our RHNA number? We also report on the other general plan elements. So we have, as I said, the land use, conservation, open space, circulation, noise, safety, parks and recreation. So that report is more or less a thumbnail snapshot of each of the action items in the rest of the general plan, whereas the housing element report is really a standalone report. We also report on any general plan amendments, as well as any specific plan, Uptown Town Center specific plan housing development. All right, so for our general plan policy implementation status, this is a section of the report that if you look at the graphic that I said, is a snapshot of all of the action items that we have, excluding the housing element. So we have 240 policy action items, and so you can see the breakdown of the various action items that are ongoing. Some of those even have completed subtasks. We have action items that are complete and there's no further action, several action items that are in process, some that are not yet to be scheduled for implementation, and then a few actions that are just really informational. So this is really a citywide effort. So every year when I am preparing for the report, I do reach out to all of the department heads to basically give a status update since the prior year on any of the action items that are specific to their department. And so thank you to all the department heads who have contributed to that, because it is not an easy feat. It's quite extensive. So we've done a lot over the years, and this, even though we're talking about, our implementation of the 2024 calendar year, it's good to look back and see what some of our major general plan activities were. As you can see, we did a lot with our land use element update back in 2020 and 2021 with our specific plans for Olson South Chandler, as well as Beechwood, and the Gateway annexation. We also updated the circulation element back in 2019, as well as the noise element. And then, of course, our housing element, which was updated in 2020, led to us adopting a new policy that allows fractional density, which we're seeing projects implement, which contributes to getting more units per project, and then also facilitated us updating our zoning code, which was most recently done last year. Our zoning code update was really done to streamline the process for housing to be completed, to reduce barriers and make it easier and user-friendly for folks who are using the zoning code. All right, so let's talk a little bit about housing production. So this is really just the graph is showing you kind of what our forecast is it's a forecast for 2022 to 2024. The orange line, because I know not everyone's going to be able to see everything, but really the orange line is showing a residential production goal of 250 units per year. And you can see that we have a mix of single family residential units, multifamily, and so single family is the yellow and multifamily is the kind of orange. And then the total units is represented in purple. So you can see that we are forecasting to have to go over the 250 units per year. That kind of just depends on, what actually is happening with the development community. But what we did see in 2024 was that we had 310 units that were issued, and that is a 35% increase from the prior reporting year. We do feel that the trend will likely continue because we know we have the specific plans that are well underway with their backbone infrastructure, specifically Olson, South Chandler. Beechwood is right behind them. And then we have a few more smaller projects, the Rolling Hills Apartments, which has not had a building permit approved yet, or it's still in review. And then a couple more projects that are well underway. So Riverwalk Terrace is essentially final, I think, as they got a temporary certificate of occupancy, so they're right there. Any loose ends just need to get buttoned up. And then River Oaks 2, where we have the age-restricted homes, so the Vintage and then the Reserve. I think Vintage is mostly complete, and we have more homes coming for the rest of that subdivision. All right, so here's a map to see where all these specific plan sites are throughout the city. So in our general plan, land use element designated, and it was designated in 2003, and we're showing a total of 4,300 housing units out of that. So you can see on the map the breakdown of where these housing units are coming from. So the Porky, does this have a point? No? Okay. Can I go back? All right. It's not quite lining up. Okay, so Borky River Oaks 2, so this is 271 units. So here's the North Chandler Ranch. This is not yet entitled, so this still needs an EIR and specific plan. Of course, we have the South Chandler and Olson Ranch, Beechwood, and then the ongoing infill units for the Uptown Town Center specific plan. So as I said, the North Chandler Ranch in this table shows that a specific plan and EIR is needed, but the rest of these are either, approved, under construction, or have ongoing construction. And so this is just taking the slide that you saw previously and kind of giving you a status update as to where it's at. Again, showing the total number of units. So I have several slides that really are just showing where the progress that we've made with housing. So I mentioned River Oaks 2, they have the age-restricted Vintage, so that's 271 units, and this is just to, if you haven't been out there, you can see in the image that, it's a full neighborhood out there. I mean, it's another part of the city. This is great progress compared to a few years ago when it was just, grading happening out there. So the Olson South Chandler specific plan, 1,293 units. You can see all in the upper right picture, the backbone infrastructure going in, the sidewalks and landscaping, the roads. So there were other pictures shared for the fire annual report, which showed a little bit more progress. I don't have a drone, so we're taking pictures on the ground in community development, but certainly a lot of progress made out there to reach our housing needs. So the Sunrise Villas is actually located in the Olson South Chandler Ranch specific plan area, and that was 69 affordable family units. They're fully occupied, and this contributes to our low and very low income family units. So the Olson Courtyard houses, this is
I believe, planning area 13. So there was also another photo, probably a little bit more recent, but you can see some pictures showing the 107 single-family units and each unit will have an accessory dwelling unit or an ADU. So 214 units. This is a build-to-rent model. Again, contributing to single-family will contribute to our above moderate housing needs. ADUs do contribute 50-50 with our low and our moderate categories. So just keep that in mind because I do have a table that's going to show you the breakdown by income on where we're at with our regional housing needs allocation. Beechwood specific plan, so they're still working on their improvement plans and grading subdivision maps. So they are not underway, but we are expecting them to keep moving forward and for hopefully some houses being built in the next year or so. So Riverwalk Terrace, this is next to the J.C. Penney site. This is 79 affordable senior apartments. So as I said, I know that they received their temporary certificate of occupancy. I'm not sure if they're final, but they're right there. Great project in partnership with the Paso Robles Housing Authority. So Habitat for Humanity also completed 9 low-income single-family units recently. These are sweat equity affordable housing, so these are going to contribute, again, low income. These are good numbers to show that we've completed for our RENA tracking and our progress that we're going to send to the state. The Red Tail Apartments on Creston Road, this was a 200-unit project, market rate. Some of the units were counted in prior years as far as being completed. The rest of the units, I want to say it was 75 or so, were counted in the 2024 year. So again, these are going to contribute to the moderate income category. Red Tail has a building permit application in for their second site, which is at Creston Road in Rolling Hills. It's 135 market rate apartments, so the entitlement is approved, and we are waiting for them to resubmit their corrections. There has been a bit of a pause with multifamily moving forward as far as the building permit stage. So, the city has done what we can to facilitate the entitlement going through the planning process, and then once it's in the building permit stage, and we provide comments, corrections, and then if they aren't resubmitting, there can be a lag with that, and so we are seeing that with this specific project. All right, so this table's going to show us a summary of the housing production. It's a lot of information, so I'm going to try and keep us kind of go through the table line by line. So, as far as in 2024, we had a total of 147 issued certificates of occupancy, and so then you can see the breakdown for how many were single family, how many were accessory dwelling units or second units, and then also how many were multifamily. So then we have the number of units that are in that received certificates of occupancy, but that were built in the Uptown Town Center specific plan area. This is something that the council requested years ago to track the infill in the specific plan area. So we continue to do that. Okay, so there were 310 units under construction in 2024. You can see the breakdown between single family, accessory dwelling units, and multifamily. Quite a large number with accessory dwelling units. Okay, so then we're at units that are in plan check, 525 total units. This is a substantial growth, I think, since last year. I don't have all the numbers pulled up, but this is one that definitely stood out, as does the last, which is units entitled. So you can see that we have a lot of units in plan check, 230 multifamily units, but we only have from last year 28 multifamily units that were entitled. So you can see that we have a lot coming, but the pipeline's starting to block up, and we're not seeing the entitlements coming specifically for multifamily, which we tend to see for the moderate, low, and sometimes very low categories. All right, I have a couple more tables to show you. So this table represents our tracking for our regional housing needs allocation. So that's the RENA progress. This is for building permits that we have an issued permit. So it's in their court to build it now. So I think, for the sake of just kind of going through this table, just focusing on the right hand and seeing how many total units we have remaining for the income level. So we've already met our moderate. I know above moderate, we have a lot of single family coming with the specific plans with Olson and with Beechwood. So pretty confident that number is going to be met. The low, as I said before, ADUs count towards, half of them count towards moderate, half of them count towards low. We're seeing a lot of ADUs being built and permitted, so I expect that number to also be met. But the extremely low and very low is harder to get unless we're having projects mostly done by the housing authority. Every now and then we'll get a project that is an apartment project with maybe one density bonus, low income, very low income unit, but we're not, the only projects that we're seeing substantial, very low income are housing authority type of projects.
Quick question. How do we rate to other cities in the county?
We're rating quite well. There have been a couple other cities that are also rating quite well. San Luis Obispo comes to mind, and then there's at least one more that they're doing very well. So I would say that most cities are, at least our region, because we have been doing more, we're meeting with them regularly and coordinating. We have a compact of, for housing, we've made substantial strides over the years to kind of collectively sort through our challenges and then what's working, what's not. So I would say that as a region, we're doing great.
Great, thanks, Darcy.
All right, so the next table looks almost identical, but this is for the building permits where we have completed units. So the state, although they don't require us to show this, I think that the council would be interested to know how many units we've completed and how many we have remaining. So there was a table in the staff report. I don't have it in this presentation, but for our total cumulative units for the extremely low and very low, we have 25%. Actually, no, this is for permitted. So let me go back to the last slide because it's going to be more relevant. So we're 25% permitted for extremely low and very low. We're 71% permitted for the low income, 135% for the moderate, and then 49% for above moderate. Okay, so going back to the completed, so you can see that again, we've completed all of our moderate. These are units that are built. We're anticipating a lot more with the pipeline, a lot more single family projects, which are typically going to be counting in your above moderate. So 462 to go. As I mentioned, ADUs, we're seeing an uptick with them. So 138 is not unreasonable by the time we finish our sixth cycle for our RENA allocation, but the 250 is a little bit of a steep jump without more units coming in the pipeline, without more entitlements coming. Overall, 2024 construction trends were increasing in terms of how many permits were applied for. So that was a 5% increase. We had 1,600 permits, 310 housing units. That was a 35% increase since last year. And then just overall inspections, we had 6,961, which was a 29% increase. So the Community Development Department has been very busy. I believe this is my last slide, and I'm happy to take questions. This is really just a summary of our progress. So 97% of our general plan policy actions are complete, ongoing, or in process, which is great. As I said, some of those kind of ebb and flow where you have some subtasks that maybe have some ongoing or completed statuses. So for our housing element 6 cycle RENA numbers, which is the 1,446 residential units, we have 662 units constructed, or 46% completed. 147 certificates of occupancy were issued in 2024, 310 units under construction, 525 residential permits ready to pick up or in plan check. And then the sadder number is only 28 residential units entitled. So I think overall we're making substantial strides with single family, with ADUs, even multifamily, but market rate multifamily, but we're not seeing enough, I would say, of the low and very low income. So the entitlement is a little bit concerning. Planning is hoping that we'll see more progress for the next year. There might be some things that the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee we might bring back to them to see if there's some ideas that we can discuss to encourage developers to get back to applying for these entitlements. So I believe that's all I have. Yep. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Darcy. Any questions?
I do.
Chris?
I have a few.
Yep.
Thank you. That was excellent. In the table, I think it was like through 2024. So the numbers for Riverwalk and Sunrise, those aren't included in the table?
So Riverwalk will be counted for next year as far as the, for completed. And then I'm not going to remember what year they were permitted, but you have to remember if they were permitted in 2023, they're not going to show up in the table for 2024.
Oh, got it. Okay. But so actually in those lower categories, we're doing better because those,
yes.
I mean, it's nearly 150 units that aren't reflected in this table.
Yes. So yes, there's going to be, I'm going to forget when Sunrise Villas was completed because we're already in May and I feel like time's flying by. But yes, you're correct in that. You're going to see that number go down. So it's not as scary come next year.
Which leads me to the next most obvious question around the nebulous, like moderate, right? The moderate category. Just tell me, what kind of units are those? What are some of the moderate units that we're seeing?
So the moderate, we are able to count market rate multifamily. We did with our housing element, we did a study to substantiate being able to count market rate. We kind of know that they're not actually very, affordable, but we rely on that, and the state has accepted that. And then also ADUs. Half of them can count towards, again, we had a study done, half of them can count towards moderate and half of them have counted towards low. So I would say that has contributed mostly to our low because we've already met our moderate.
Right. So tell me how you figured out that the ADUs were going into the low and or moderate category.
I just do every other one. we didn't define, and when we did the study, we did not say that a 500 square foot ADU is more affordable than a 1,200. There's nothing that says that, and so it is just every other one.
Right, and so I just think everybody needs to remember when we're talking about moderate, that those are still potentially inaccessible to most of our workers in town.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
So even in a category of moderate, and there might be a dollar number around that, or I don't know, some guidance on that, that is still at market rate, that is not accessible, and people can still be rent insecure at that level. So things that we're putting into a moderate category might not still be at what this community needs to be housing secure.
Right. So Warren reminded me when we did, so there was a countywide study regarding the ADUs that determined that 50% would be low, 50% would be moderate. As we've seen since 2020, I mean, the numbers that are put out for, what is moderate, what income you have to make to qualify, and then we're seeing what the rent is, or sales price, it continues to go up. So when you look at it, it's hard to say, well, how is this moderate? Because it's still way more than most people can pay, even though they're our workforce. So you're right. We've been able to provide the state the numbers based on these studies that were done several years ago. There's been a lot of inflation with what we call, above moderate, when you actually look at the numbers of what people are paying.
Yes, I think that's really important to keep in mind, that I just don't want to lull us into a false sense of security that because we have this category that we've, produced all these houses in these categories of incomes, that people are still having a really hard time. And on the flip side, I know we spent a lot of time talking about housing, but talking about affordability also requires us to be talking about income and jobs, because it's sort of the income side which is driving some of these levels of what the housing should be, right? So I don't want to put it all on housing. It's big picture, but thank you for the great job. Pass.
Councilman Sproul?
Yeah. And having heard that, your explanation, it looks like actually we're doing much better on the above moderate than this reflects, because quite a bit of what you're calling moderate are actually above moderate.
Correct. I would say that a lot of the market rate apartments are really gonna, as far as what you're paying, it's gonna be more above moderate, but what we're reporting to the state is based on these studies that were done, what we're relying on.
Oh, boy.
And, it is, I see what Councilmember Beal has indicated about like not presenting a falsehood.
Well,
but we are reporting back to the state what we promised we would based on a study done several years ago.
I'm concerned because I'm one of those people who votes on what the RHNA numbers are going to be. So that concerns me. Thank you.
One thing to keep in mind, so, median income in the county is $90,000 annually per household. Moderate income goes to 120%. So $100,000 a year is moderate income. So an affordable rent for like a 2-bedroom unit is $3,000 a month. So that's what the moderate standards are. So I think when we're talking about work, the housing need in the community for the service workers and that, we're talking about low and very low income. That's really where the need is. Moderate, is people making $100,000 a year and what they can afford to rent. So just kind of keep that in mind.
But that figure for the county doesn't fit Paso Robles.
Well, that's the figure that
you got to use.
We're using.
Right.
And Noah, and just to inject with that, I think that's a really excellent point to run actual numbers and know what these numbers mean, and also to be thoughtful about what the real numbers in Paso Robles are, because those might be the county median numbers, but the Paso Robles median numbers are lower. So we should just be all mindful of that.
Okay. Questions this side? Councilman Bausch.
Well, thank you for the report. I think it's good to bear in mind this is a report. It's a reflection, it's like a snapshot. It's like a point in time count. Yep. Darcy and Warren can't do anything to change that. They can't force a builder to build anything. They can't force employers to pay more. To your point, we need to be reflective on what this means to us and what we can think about and what we can do to attract that kind of employer or that kind of builder. What are we willing to do as a municipality? In the past, we were really kind of limited as to what we might want to do. I think Mr. Sloan is working very hard on a spaceport that's going to help change some of that. I think that's a really good first step of many that need to happen to make this a reality. But these numbers are just that. They're a snapshot. Thank you for the great report.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, okay, Darcy, so I just want to interpolate some numbers. So with Riverwalk and the Sunrise Village being completed in 25, that'll put an increase of 147 more units in the low income level, correct?
Correct. Or yes, the extremely low, so very low.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
So that takes us all the way up to 363 units with about another 100 to go or so, right? So that really makes it feasible.
They're both very low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they only make 95,000 on the Sunrise. Just kidding. But I just want to make sure that those numbers, I know they're not reflected because they're not available yet, but we're well on our way to meet our low numbers. We're within 100. And some of the ADUs are going to help with that too, or just that's all in moderate.
So so 50, so until 2028, so 50% will count towards the low, and then 50% towards moderate. And to go back to Councilmember Bausch's comment, you're right that it's low. The Housing Authority has a breakdown. They have low, very low, and extremely low. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. And then on the above moderate, that's every other house we're building on the east side, right? Or are those all counted?
I'm sorry, what was the first part?
All the houses we're currently under construction with Shea Homes, that's all above moderate.
I'd have to look at Warren's saying yes.
So that number is going to be caught up with this year with all the units being completed probably, so.
Yeah, we have, 525 units in plan check. I was thinking of not necessarily that they're all above moderate.
No.
We have a lot of.
But we're going to jump all over that, not going to be
Yes.
done. So, okay. Thank you for your report. It's very nice.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Open it up then to public. Anyone wishing to adjust this item forward? Dale?
Permits ready to pick up are in plan check. I'd like a breakdown because if most of them are in plan check, maybe we need to hire some temporary help to get those moved along so we can get them their permits issued. That was a complaint in the past that they weren't getting through the plan check fast enough. Also, on those ADUs, I was trying to remember if there's some kind of restriction about not turning those into vacation rentals. I don't remember if that was in effect or not, but I can foresee that that's going to happen. They're going to turn these ADUs into vacation rentals, which helps with your TOT, but it doesn't help with our housing problem because the long-term rentals is what we need. Have you checked on the price of rentals in this town now? It's gone out of sight. And how fast did the Olson apartments fill up? Before they were even finished being built, they were filled up. We don't have enough rentals, and the vacation rentals I still see as the problem. I was against grandfathering in 200 in R1s, but you wanted the TOT instead. I think that was a mistake.
Thank you. Anyone else? And anyone online?
No, sir.
All right, bring it back then. The item here is to approve the general plan.
Mayor Hammond, I'll make a motion.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Unless Chris wants to do it. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Oh, you want a second?
Okay, approve. I move to approve the 2024 general plan annual report as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
And also to direct staff to send it to California Department of Housing, right?
Yep.
That's part of it?
Of course.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes
All
unanimously.
right. Well done, Darcy. Thank you. Okay, item 2, coming up, Mr. Huat. Appointment of Chris Huat as city manager and approval of the city manager employment agreement and master pay schedule. Elizabeth, do you have that report?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do. It is my pleasure to present to you this evening Mr. Huat's agreement to become your next city manager. As you all know, he's been serving in the role of interim city manager for the past few months. Since that time, as I reported out a few weeks ago, the council made the decision to appoint him as the city manager. We have negotiated an agreement with him, and that is what's before you this evening. A summary of the terms included in that employment agreement include an annual base salary of $269,000, annual COLA adjustments, an automobile allowance of $230.77 per completed pay period, a deferred compensation plan contribution, an additional payment of 5% salary for maintaining his credentialed manager status with ICMA. I think you all know that he has received a high certification through ICMA, and we've asked that he continue that, which comes with some additional educational and continuing education requirements. I'm not exactly sure how to describe them. There's also a severance provision in there that's consistent with the limitations set forth in California Government Code sections 53260 and 53261. He will also be entitled to 80 hours of administrative leave. And currently it is a term of 4 years for the contract with provisions for annual reviews set forth in there. And that is the extent of my presentation.
Okay. Questions of Elizabeth? Any discussion from the reason for the season?
Under the assumption of the action here in a minute, I just want to really thank the City Council and the community for trusting me to be in this position. It's an honor. It's frankly the highlight of my career, 17 years in public service. I take this job and the work we do very seriously, and I look forward to serving to my best of my abilities. And then finally, just like to say what a wonderful community we live in. I'm really proud to not only work here, but also live here. And for the last 3.5 years, my family and I have been welcomed with open arms. We have tried to immerse ourselves in any way we can in the community. My son has tried to take over the library and other parts of the city.
And the airport, too.
And the airport, too. But we love the community, we love the area, and I look forward to doing everything I can to bring the goals and the priorities of this council to fruition, as well as respond to the needs and the priorities of the community as well. Thank you.
As I understand it, we're going to be, of course, taking the vote tonight for this approval, but we're going to actually defer the swearing in to next meeting.
Yeah, it'd be my request actually to maybe defer it to we have a monthly oath of office ceremony with all staff that are taking the oath of office for the month out in front of the Carnegie. So we can certainly provide invitations to the council and make sure that's on your calendar. But that would be my preference. I have some folks that would like to show up, and that works better for them. So that would be great. Grateful if that could happen.
Okay. Open up the public. Anyone wishing to address this item, please come forward. Public comment. Anyone online?
I just had a caller call in. Let me see if it's for this item. Vince, this is Melissa in council chamber. Did you want to speak towards the city manager's item?
I do. Is there going to be a public comment?
Go right ahead.
Yes, welcome. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, am I on now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead,
yes,
sir.
you are.
Good. Let me turn this down here.
Sir, can you hear us?
Just wanted to say, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Vince Vander, 323 Street. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead.
Hello, are we still on, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we're still waiting for you.
It's in and out. Your level of sound is very poor. Yeah, try it one more time.
Okay, this is Vince Vanderlip, 323 15th Street.
Hi, Vince. Yes.
How is everyone? Well, thank you for hearing me tonight. I just wanted to voice my congratulations to both council and Mr. Hood on what I believe is a well-deserved appointment. I have worked with Mr. Hood through the HCOC and spoken with him on a few different occasions, gaining some insight to both his personality and his disposition. I feel his confidence and background and experience should prove to be a valuable asset to the city of Paso Robles, council and staff, and the community as a whole. I am truly looking forward to a positive 4 years. And congratulations again, Mr. Hood, and Godspeed to you in your new position. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you, Vince. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Bring it back to council for discussion and or action.
So, Mayor Hammond?
Councilman Gregory.
So my only concern is Clark, okay? He's a little powerful, but he's got the right papa.
He's my concern,
so,
too.
I'm going to make a recommendation, but are we going to do this to the next meeting, or could I make it now?
No, the authorization is now.
So I'd like to recommend that we approve Resolution 25XXX, appointing Chris Hewitt as our manager effective April 15th, 2025, authorizing the mayor to execute the employment agreement between the city of Paso Robles and Chris Hewitt, approving and revised master pay schedule, and direct city clerk to administer the oath of office.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Beal. And Chris is just asking to be sworn in with a lot of other staff at one particular ceremony, so that's certainly appropriate. Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
One moment, I got a message from Clark. Yes.
Or is it his wife? Yeah.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
And the motion passes.
All right, congratulations, Chris. Good job. All right. Now, it's on to you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some really positive news to start off with as it relates to the sponsorship effort for the fireworks show. I'm pleased to share with you that we have received both intangible, cash in hand, and verbal commitments that will likely meet and possibly exceed our sponsorship goal.
Right.
That's been a collective effort with Ms. Berman, Ms. Jacobs, Mr. Peterson with the Wine Alliance, and others in the community, Mr. Arnold as well, representing Travel Paso. I think a very focused and directed effort this year has resulted in this, several months ahead of the event. So we look to be fully funded and don't need any additional city funding beyond the commitment, I believe, of $60,000 that the council had authorized previously. So that's great news. Thursday night on the 8th, we have an open house at Centennial Park to discuss the Larry Moore Park design. This is a follow-up to a community meeting we held late last year, I believe. Yeah, I'm getting my time right. So this will give an opportunity for the public to take a look at some draft plans that were based on those original feedback that we received last year as we continue to move the reimagining for that park forward. So again, on Thursday, starts at 5:30, goes to 7. It'll be, I think, an open house style event, so you can come and go and provide comments and feedback to staff. And then earlier this month, every year, the State Department of Finance issues population estimates for communities around the state and the state itself, and I always find these interesting to look at. So this is for the period of January 1st of 24 to January 1st of 25. And again, these are population estimates. The city was estimated to show a population growth of 0.2%, which totals up to about 73 folks that we welcomed over the last year. The new population estimate is 31,061. Just looking at the region, there were only 2 cities in the region that reflected an increase, Paso Robles being one, San Luis Obispo being the other. They were at about 1.5%, just for comparison purposes. All other cities within the county either saw an estimated decline or Morro Bay was estimated no change. It was, and then the other part that they report on is what we just talked about, which is housing production data, probably more at the 30,000 foot level than was shared a moment ago. But looking at that data, the Paso Robles housing stock, the total housing stock increased by like 1.1%. That was the second highest in the county. The city of SLO increased about 2.5%. And just for comparative purposes, Atascadero was at 0.2%. So I found that information interesting, wanted to share. The last thing I'll mention is this week is Public Service Recognition Week. And so it's the one time in the year where nationwide it's celebrating those that are working at all levels of government, providing those important services to our community. So I just wanted to end my comments by extending my gratitude to our 300 or so full and part-time staff are working every day to serve this community in a professional and dedicated manner. So thanks to our staff and wanted to recognize them because this is their week. So that concludes my comments tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Starting with council business and community reports. Councilman Beal.
Just quickly, this month is for the San Luis Obispo County, it's Housing Month, and they have a series of programs and opportunities. I attended a Zoom that they had on the Missing Middle Housing 101, and I know we had community development staff on that. I thought it was very, very interesting. What else? They have a meeting coming up. Homelessness is a housing problem on May 8th. I think that's conflicting with another event that we have here, but if you want information on that, I have that. And then in Paso Robles, they're hosting an affordable housing town hall at Oak Park on May 22nd. And I understand that staff will be there. I will be there. terms of the library, I actually subscribed to the monthly library update, which I hadn't been getting, and I'm sure that was my problem, but you can go to prcity.com/library. There's a big button that says subscribe to the monthly update. And holy moly, you should see everything that the library does every month. Trivia, games, computer education, how to do video chats. They just did a wine tasting, which I'd like to add was free for people. It is not very often that people have access to a free opportunity like that. They're making ricotta. Join me. I'll be making ricotta also. They do 4 story times every week, and the demand is so high that they're ticketed. So I just want to, do a little shout out for our library. People are coming to use the study room, and the demand is so high that actually people are getting turned away. Our 30-year anniversary of the library in this building is May 13th from 1 to 3 p.m. I'm so old that I actually attended the Carnegie Library. It's where my mom would drop me off downstairs, but I'm excited to attend the party for this one. I just want to acknowledge the staff for implementing programs that matter to the community, right? That no matter what your age is, what your economic status is, whether you're a loner or want to build community, the library's got something for you. And it's so much more than books. They're really a place to connect and enrich ourselves and grow. And they improve the quality of life of our residents, the people that work here, the people that live here, our families, our kids, our seniors. It's a place where people don't have to be alone. I just can't emphasize it enough. So come and celebrate the 30-year anniversary of the library, and thank you for letting me be of service.
Thank you, Chris. Councilman Strong.
Yeah, well, this was a relatively quiet time for regular meetings that we have to attend. But I did talk with a lot of people, especially online. Unfortunately, most of them just don't like some of the things we're doing. So I dealt with a lot of complaints and answered what I could as factually as I could, and then finally just bowed out when they couldn't agree with the facts. So other than that, tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, I am supposed to be at the Regional Transit Authority in San Luis Obispo. And we'll be discussing a number of things, including improved bus service in Paso Robles, which is good because we're already doing the best of anybody in the whole county as far as actual use of the bus services.
Ridership, yeah.
Ridership here within the city, as well as from the city down to other areas of the county. So congratulations to the people for really being helpful to keep our traffic down significantly. And other than that, I've got a lot of other meetings coming up, but we'll talk about them after they occur. Thank you.
Very good. Councilman Bouch.
As status quo, I am happy to report that in the regards to the Tribune's records request, I'm up to having reviewed as of this morning 52,429 emails. Still counting, still have a few more to go, but that's been taking up the bulk of my time.
Okay. Thank you. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, thank you. I attended the LAFCO meeting. It was a pretty quiet meeting, mostly about budget. And we have a few new people joining, including Carla from Morro Bay and Navid Bardanash from the Templeton Service District. I went to the Airport Commission meeting to take care of it so Mr. Hammond could complete his trip. And they discussed the new security approved security plan that they're going ahead with, which is sort of a long time coming. And one of the comments that came out of the meeting from Eric Cook, who is the chair, made the comment he has never seen the airport look better, and the staffing, and just they're getting so many accolades from all the general aviation pilots and everybody at the airport. So things are going very well. I had the pleasure of having breakfast with John Bichon, and they wouldn't let me eat anything, but it was good talking to him. John Bichon did confirm that the health clinic for the veterans is on the way on Creston Road, where the old health department clinic is there. It's now going to become a veterans medical clinic, and they have the funding for it, and they're just waiting to start construction on TIs for that. I attended the Echo fundraiser at Studios on the Park, and lots of very nice volunteers there, including all the artists making the bowls to give away, and all the restaurants to serve the soup there. Nice event. I also attended the grand opening of Sotheby's real estate office at the old chamber office, since now the chamber has a new place at Travel Paso. I went to my coffee and had lots of people coming in, lots of interesting concerns and compliments. And the one I actually want to bring up with for the council, and I'm going to mention it, is that there was pretty severe complaints about the food trucks and the lack of regulation of those food trucks. So I think I'd like to have it maybe just brought back to the council as a presentation, talk about what our code is. We did get an explanation in the city manager's report, but I think there's a lot of people concerned about it. I'm a restaurateur myself, and I don't like seeing seats and people eating outside undercover with no place to wash their hands, things like that, no bathrooms to use. So I think I'd like to have it brought back, if it's okay with the other council people, to talk about it, to keep the integrity of our businesses alive and be fair to everybody, including the food trucks, but allowing them to serve and have a restaurant-style seating, I don't think it's appropriate. So I'd like to ask to bring that back.
So you want to then basically just review our existing ordinance and then make recommendations to staff to bring further information?
I think it'd be nice to review the ordinance in detail, and maybe make adjustments or corrections to it. There's a lot of people that want kind of a town hall approach to it so they can express themselves. I know the police department has their hands tied in what they can do, but at least it'd be nice to air it out, solve the issue, and know what we're supposed to be, how we're supposed to be allowing these people to operate. So.
Do we have concurrence from the council to bring that back? Fred?
Yeah, but I've got a question too. In many cases, I noticed that some of them actually do have either porta potties nearby in some locations. In other locations, there is a public restroom right near where
I just want a consistent policy, because it's not there. And it's not our fault. It's the people opening their food trucks to the public.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that some of the food trucks that go to the little league games and park outside the stadiums.
And I just want assistance from the staff and the councils for we get some kind of policy. Thank you.
Looks like we have concurrence in direction. All right, thank you. Is that all, Steve?
That was it for me. And congratulations, Mr. Hewitt.
Okay.
I'll call Clark later.
It's just beginning. Yeah, it's just starting. Okay, my reports, again, breakfast with Pashong and Gregory, that was good. You have a meeting, I guess, at the same time, so you don't have time to eat
Chair
breakfast.
LAFCO at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, you got to roll. So that was good. We also took off to the City Leaders Summit. Actually, Mr. Huat and Mr. Sloan went to Sacramento. Wednesday, we must have walked 2 miles, 3 miles on that downtown square, knocking on doors. We went to probably 6 or 8 different groups to plead Paso's case and keep them up to speed on what we're looking for and needing. Fred, thank you did you hit that Nacimiento meeting for me while I was gone, I think, in Templeton. Also went to the USA, Skills USA, Paso Robles High School. It was a recognition of the students and also the sponsors that keep that going every year. Also, of course, attended the JPA, the new water district authority that we're having to integrate and put into motion. We're currently hiring and forming the JPA with staff. The issue is to try to get some sort of a rate study done and on the books before the end of the year is what we're trying to do get it into a time frame here as soon as possible to make that happen. So Next, I also went to the Wimford Piper Cinco de Mayo. That was kind of cool on Monday. And the Larry Moore thing, Chris, you said it was Thursday at what time? 5 to 8?
I believe it starts at 5:30, goes to 7 o'clock.
5:30 to 7. I was going to put that in there. So upcoming events, we have the Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee on May 7th at 5 o'clock. Then the Library Board of Trustees Thursday morning, May 8th. That afternoon, again, at 5:30, we have the Larry Moore Centennial Park Design and Centennial Park that's happening for review. Paso Robles Senior Citizen Advisory Committee meeting is going to be May 12th at 1:30. And the Development Review Committee, DRC, May 12th, 3:30. Paso Robles Parks and Recs Advisory Committee meeting May 12th at 4 p.m. The Paso Robles Planning Commission is going to be meeting here in this room next week, May 13th, 6:30. Then the following Monday, DRC again, May 19th, 3:30. And then our next meeting is going to be here on May 20th, 2025.
And Mr. Mayor, just for the record, I believe the Planning Commission meeting was canceled for
Was
May
it?
13th. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They didn't get it off my
We
schedule
don't want to
here.
confuse anybody.
Okay, Warren, yeah, looks like you're got a buy. Okay. All right, that's it. So anything further for the order? Motion?
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Strong, second by Gregory. We stand adjourned.
Good job, everyone.